Thank you, Ardent. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Ardent is Sniffly podcast.
Sorry, folks. Tried to do that
He's just
right
doing
under the wire.
of cocaine to get himself prepared for today's.
Yeah, but
No, I've been crushing antidepressants to prepare for not watch.
What? You haven't just been straight snorting the lithium again?
Not this time.
He just hasn't had his lithium mine delivery. The little kids in Africa are sending it to China for battery processing.
They're sending it to Greta.
Oh,
okay, so
I think that's pure meth.
We'll start off by seeing who we've got with us today in the cast. So we have me, Bezic, the host and resident Tard Wrangler.
Sound like shilling, I see.
We have, of course, Mr. Jonathan Crow.
Also, hello. Hello, me.
Hello.
The Ardent Party.
Hello, hello. Nice to see everybody.
And the bleachiest of demons, Bleach.
Not really here. I'm just a figment of your collective imaginations.
Well, with
Arden said hello. It just reminded me of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah. Right,
Okay.
now, who do we have in chat? We have Dame Testicles. We have Callum, LG, Stormy. Hello, Stormy. We have the Not a Bobcat. Marco's in. Hello, Marco. Yeah.
Zen-chan. Garb.
Yeah, we got a Zen-chan.
Excuse me, my throat's a bit
An
sore.
Ardent Party. We have the basest of apes.
Hello,
And
Monkey.
Galboy,
Theodore.
Zen-chan, and Theodore. Hello, everybody.
Excellent.
Alright, so let's get into the pre-stream shilling. First up, we have my illustrious channel, where we do shitty gaming reviews, apparently. Because holy crap, they've been putting out some garbage lately. Nothing new this week, but I should have another one coming out in the next few days.
Yeah.
We have Trim's Art Shack. He's got a new time-lapse out. I say he. And there should be another... there will be another one coming out this week, possibly two, depending on if Trim's editor gets around to it.
Garb Rumble's live. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just dropped the link there.
Yeah, Rumble's live, but it's being gay. Oh,
Someone's activated the furry alarm.
Yes.
Should we be concerned?
It's fine, it's just Crow.
And R.
That's
Connolly
feathery.
is here today.
Yeah, we've
as
got
well,
our Connolly
and
over on Rumble. Hello, sir. Right.
How did I activate the furry alarm? What have I done?
You existed.
Oh, damn it.
Yes.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Up next, we have Bleach's channel. He's got a channel. He doesn't use it, but he's got one.
It's more of at my whim.
Yes.
And I haven't been very whimsical, but I hear that the Tennessee Manifesto is going to be coming out, so I probably will be covering that.
That will be interesting.
Great.
That'd be interesting.
We should probably sit down and just do a stream or a video or possibly a Rumble exclusive on that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to end up using my Rumble channel for the dark depths of it, but I'm definitely going to give like a brief overview on YouTube and then go into the absolute bonkers hell that's going to be. I'm sure.
I'm sure it's going to be very, very bonkers. We might wait till we might do a Sultans stream on that, or a Sultans pre-record or something with Trim when he gets back. Who knows?
I don't know if he can even tolerate that, even with it being probably 90% redacted.
That's the fun part. The screams of Trim are what draw the audience. Monkey asks what manifesto? The Tennessee Folding Scumbag Manifesto.
Yes.
Oh, that manifesto.
Yes.
Yeah. Because That is last report I saw that they were planning on releasing it sometime in this coming week. So it'll be the week after that.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of manifestos, Arden, what have you been up to this week?
Oh, I've been up to the usual hijinks. Monday, I did a review for the first 4 issues of Hokum and Hex. On Tuesday, I did a little talk about the history of the Dominion of Newfoundland before we joined Canada. Wednesday was the final in the series of the Driftwood People stories written by my buddy Cassandra Garduna. So that is the entire story put up in one fell swoop, with a couple of unfortunate editing errors, but otherwise I'm pleased with it. Thursday, I did a little Thinking Man's Thursday talk about relationships and what it means to be in an online relationship. Little tip, if you're in an online relationship as a man, you're online emotional support for a woman who gets bad dick.
So what you're saying is...
How did you meet
digital
Stormy
tampons.
again?
Yeah, funny thing, actually, we met on a dating app, but we didn't stay as an internet couple.
Ah,
That's kind of
that's
the
the
point
trick.
there. It's fine to meet someone online, but if you don't eventually actually connect in real life, then you're not really a couple, as far as I'm concerned. And there,
that reminds me of people we all know that we won't talk about.
well, yes.
But
That's
if you can
and
call
How does
them
this
people.
asshole find the time to produce so much fucking content? I can't keep up, Arden.
And then Friday,
Well,
I did a rant
Crow,
about how
you've got the problem I do. It's called editing.
Oh.
Arden doesn't do that.
No.
yes, I think straight out of the can.
Yes.
Also,
And we
the
can't
Friday,
even mention what Arden did for Friday.
Oh no, that's right, because we're on YouTube. Good point.
Yeah. Although
Yes,
I will say, Arden's little short stream of "I'm going to use the saw attached to this drill." That was rather entertaining. Dangerous, but entertaining.
Yeah, for the sake of shilling the For Fuck's Sakes Friday, I'll simply say the title, which was "They Fucking Knew."
Yes, and I'm sure you can all guess what that refers to. And if you can't, we'll be covering that in the Rumble exclusive segments anyway. Because they fucking did, the bastards.
Yep.
What's worse is we all knew too, and they told us we were idiots.
Yep.
Oh no, we were conspiracy factualists.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. Sorry.
So it's currently
You're right.
it's what? Media Zero conspiracy theory. It's 970 or something.
Something like that. Yeah. Every 3 months.
Not even that long half the time. I swear to God. Anyway,
I think it's every 3 weeks or days.
Oh, and since you mentioned the mini chainsaw, I have to say I am incredibly shocked at how well that thing performed. I don't think it's going to survive the next use of it, because I believe the bar is already bent and it's chewing into the plastic housing. But yeah, on the upside, I don't think I have to worry about the chain snapping and actually doing me an injury.
yes,
Okay,
just
so
the
are you
whole
gonna
saw
modify it
snapping.
Are you going to modify it into a customized chain fist?
No.
Oh.
I
I am going to throw it away. Sorry, what was that, Bleach?
I said I didn't think you were into fisting.
No, not lately.
Oh dear. Anyway,
No, the plan is probably to end up just using it up and accepting that the $15 I spent on it was money well spent for the purpose I used it for.
yes, the pigs are well fed.
The sad part is the bar on that could be replaced with something if you could fabricate it.
Yeah, but the cost of fabrication versus the cost of just buying a slightly larger actual chainsaw.
Oh yeah, no, you're talking to a guy who gets bored, goes down, finds some random pieces of sheet metal in my basement. It's like, well, I can make something out of this. So,
Yes.
Art Connolly says, Ardent is raw and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dear.
Bleach says I'm good with a little wasabi. Yeah, a little spicy.
Yeah. And last but most certainly not least, Mr. Jonathan Crow. I was
Hello.
if you'd still been doing the Dead Space remake, I would have segued with, speaking of chain fisting.
Well, to be fair, a chain fist would be pretty nice in Alien Isolation too.
Yeah, be helpful. Be helpful. I hear there's
So I haven't produced a lot of content.
no, but I do hear there are new developments in the Crow Enterprises. Would you like to tell everyone about those?
Sure, I've been working on a couple of hidden projects. One of which is a logo design. And as such, that logo is finally complete as of yesterday night. And I basically opened a merch store for the YouTube channel, which has the logo design. Now, I can't reveal all the information about what that logo is for, not yet at least. But I will be working on basically another project on the side of this. But I'm also going to come up with a few other designs and stuff for the YouTube channel. So I wanted something simple. It represents the channel pretty well, but it also is something that doesn't have loads of fucking YouTuber name all over it. It's just something you could wear casually. So yeah, there isn't much to say, but I have some merch now if you're interested.
But crucially, it looks shiny, and yeah, like Crow said, this is something that you could absolutely wear out in public, and no one would know.
I'm not a big fan of these big fucking YouTubers where they're like, oh yeah, 100 million club. I didn't really like the way PewDiePie's merch was. I was like, why would I ever want to like wear a t-shirt that just has 100 million club on it?
Exactly. Not to mention,
I'm not part of that club.
Not to mention, this merch would be great for picking up those crazy goth chicks.
I reckon I could see crazy goth chicks on Instagram with the pillow in the background as like decoration.
Or keeping track of their simps in the notebook.
yeah, potentially.
Goths and pagans.
But yeah, the plan for that is it's going to be gold foil printed on a certain bit of equipment, or well, certain merchandise.
Equipment, you say?
It had to be.
This is an upgrade from the banana
that,
tattoo.
Well, I mean, I might even consider if it weren't for the fact that it has to be white. This would make quite a fun tattoo, but obviously I'd have to tattoo everything else around it black.
I mean, it sounds like you need Hamza Youssef to help you out with the white problem.
Yeah, it's real terrible. Wow, the AIs are getting really good at making logos.
Are you calling Crow an AI?
God, this is news.
No, pro tip, do not use AI to make logos. It's not because the AI will do a bad job, it's because it's uncopyrightable. And you want the bloody copyright on your logos.
That's cool. You'll remember the merch Markiplier and Jacksepticeye did. Wasn't called Cloak or something? Literally just grey shirts. I actually have a Cloak brand shirt, Marku, but I specifically bought the one for Dead Space that they released in conjunction with, I think it's Motive Games or whatever it's called, the people who released the remake. And that shirt is actually really fucking nice. It's a really nice shirt. It has the Cloak brand name on it, hidden in the back of the design, but it's hidden in a way that makes it part of the sort of Isaac's armor. Like the health bar thing. That's on the back. It's got the stasis thing on the back. And it glows in the dark. It's actually a really, really nice design. So I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, speaking of merch stores, we've actually got one for the Sultans on the sultansofshadilay.com website, including such things as mugs, where I say, fantastic, it does keep getting worse. And more interestingly...
Honestly, you need that on a proper quote,
I probably do need to redo that. But speaking of picking up goth and pagan chicks, that's the piece of trim artwork inspired by Norse mythology, so... Oh, and of course, you've got your chipper t-shirts that you can put your own text under. That way, I'm not responsible for what you bastards do. I figured that any text I put on there would probably upset the merch store, but this way, if You guys put something on there. It's not my fault. Callum's like, remind us how cheap a Sultans purchase on Lotus Eaters. Oh,
That's actually something I was looking at yesterday. I was like, because I used the default pricing on mine, and I was looking at the Sultans merch as well to get a good idea. And then I was looking at Lotus Eaters, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
When I looked at Sultan's merch, it was when they'd first rolled out their shirts, which was just a tiny little fucking black and white logo. And I went, one, I'm not paying 50 anythings. Well, man, I might pay 50 rupees for it, but I'm not paying 50 of any real currency for a fucking t-shirt. Plus $70 fucking postage and handling.
I just find it easier to download their logo from their website. Since it's an SVG, I can scale it to any size. And then I could just upload it onto Teespring and not have to pay all the fucking fees. I can just buy it raw. Fuck them. I can even go and get a gold version of it, like actually gold foil printed on a mug if I wanted.
So basically, don't buy their merch, buy ours.
Yes.
Shirt pirates. Yes, exactly.
Shirt pirates.
Shirt pirates.
What I want to do is turn up to one of their Lotus Eaters events with their t-shirt, but it's my one, and it's got gold foil on the t-shirt instead of their white, and they'll be like, how the fuck did you get a gold foil one? I'm like, yeah, fuck you, that's how.
Yes. Speaking of merch, I'm working on getting a store set up as well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ardent's finding that all the stores are shit.
Yeah.
Well, now I feel compelled to sell something.
Yeah, you have to sell bleach, specifically just bleach, nothing else.
Actually, what I should do are get little toppers and just little stickers just stick on the top of bleach bottles. Perfect.
That would be kind of cool, actually.
I mean,
you could get like a mustachioed man that you sit on the top.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And last, but most certainly not least, on the Shillathon is the Sultans of Shadilay subscribe star page, where you can get fun rewards in exchange for giving me money.
Yes.
So the rewards in
someday.
Yes.
Someday, if you pay Bezic enough, he might eventually pay the rest of us.
Yes.
Hey, I was here on time today.
Oh, good. So you don't have to dock your pay.
I'm not doing
that one incident that's going to hold you back for months, not years.
But
career prospects ruined. They feed me dog biscuits. I'm a bird.
I demand sunflower seeds. Damn you.
Unironically, though, if the assorted Sultans income streams do end up making us enough money, I will be able to pay these bastards to make 8 hours available on a Saturday.
Yep.
Which for Crow and Ardent will make a hell of a difference for both for them being here and personally. So consider if you've got spare cash, but only if you've got spare cash, because we understand what it's like to be a poor fag.
As a crow, I don't understand money. All I understand is shiny.
Right, so look for some pound coins.
Crow, money can be exchanged for many shiny.
Ooh.
And pie.
Go on, you had me at shiny.
Yes. Dear. So, if you do decide to give us money via Subscribestar specifically, you will get such perks as getting your name in the credits for any content that runs on the Sultan's channel. So that includes the podcast and any pre-record content we were to do, any interim podcasts, that kind of thing. And that's at the basic tier. At the basic tier, you'll also get access to private rooms on the server and the ability to vote in polls to decide things. At the big tier, the Grand Vizier tier, which all the cheap slots have gone, so at the $30 a month tier, you get to submit video comments that will be viewed live on the show when we go over to Rumble, and we will see some of those today.
Oh, we actually have video comments. Nice.
We do.
Yes.
We have a video.
And, Contessa Testicules is saying you should check your PayPal.
I should check my PayPal. So hold on. Oh, crap. This is going to...
check your PayPal, you dirty Aussie.
Wait, ask Crow how he would feel if he didn't have shiny this morning. Well, obviously terrible. Why would you even suggest that's a horrible world? What would be the point in waking up without shinies?
Yeah, but what if it's monkey shiny?
Is that similar to moon shiny?
No.
Isn't monkey shiny a bruised eye, like a black eye?
Yes.
No. Oh, I thought Monkey Shines was when you basically ran a scam on somebody.
Well, there's that too, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have a good news for Monkey. It is not that submitter because among other reasons, they are still banned from the Sultans Discord.
Wow.
What the hell do you have to... No, I don't want to know.
Don't ask questions. You don't want
I clearly haven't done it, so it doesn't matter.
How could you say magpies are superior to crows? We're all part of the same family.
Yes, but they're prettier.
Well, have you tried seeing hooded crows? They're pretty cool. They're basically like a gray and black version of a magpie.
I don't want to see crows in the hood. That's all I gotta say. They're bad enough in Chicago with their Glocks.
It's enough that you're racist against black crows, let alone the hood crows. Fucking hell.
Never could stand the Black Crowes music.
So we have received a donation from who would it have been? It would have been probably Elle, wasn't it? Whoever it was that was yelling at me.
The Contessa?
Yep. Cunt Essa. Who donated what a decent chunk, about... Oh, for fuck's sake, PayPal, will you tell me what that is in a real currency?
Oh, did you get them in rubles again?
Goddamn rubies.
Speaking of...
Hello, a rare guest.
Hello.
Hello, Disco.
Figured
How are
I'm
you?
gonna take a break and join you.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
So you have any shilling, Disco?
Any shilling? I've been too busy working.
Working? Ew.
No, last month I still had to finish over Lotus, so like half a month there, remote. But I also had started my freelance hours by then. So I'm just like, I just work all day.
Yes.
So you're like a lumberjack then, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Although stuff is slowly starting to fall into place now. So
Oh, meow. Hello.
hopefully next month we'll get some streaming done.
Ooh, streaming.
Yes.
Speaking of streaming, I've paid for a new Valheim server, and for the most part, everything's working, but sadly, the picture system is dead, so I don't know, maybe we need to hire Disco to unfuck the mod.
I'll have a play with it. I think it is still working on mine.
Huh. Maybe
Because I see I've still got the nails, although I haven't tried to put any pictures up.
Yeah,
So I'll play around with it on my work.
the recipe is still working, but the pictures aren't showing for some reason. But anyway, to go back to what El did, he donated what works out to $28.91 dollary dues to say dirty Aussie. Well,
It's true.
if you donate enough money, I'll be able to afford soap.
That's why he was on Swamp Hub.
Yes.
Just stay out of my hole, damn it.
You bleached it specially.
But that's where we keep the abomination.
Indeed.
To know what we're talking about, you need to check out the Valheim streams on both Disco and my YouTube channels. And I mean
To be
both.
fair, there's an edited version.
Yes.
There's an edited version.
But watch
And
time.
Spelunky.
Is there a YouTube short of it?
I'm pretty sure the video is age restricted.
Yes. Oh, screw it. We're on Disco's channel. Let's the video. Yeah, here we go. Monkey does very good editing.
No context at all there. It was 30 seconds there where I couldn't tell if it was good content or a straight up porn scene. Arctic
Okay.
says, lol, sounds like a bad day on the porn set. Yes, no, take it in the face.
Oh,
That's still a
Okay.
classic.
Clipper time.
Yes, take as much wood as you can.
No. No, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
no.
no, 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 no.
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, no,
No, no,
stupid.
no, 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 no.
Don't do it.
Try to take all.
Yes.
No, fuck you in the face.
Ooh, hang on. Friend.
Yeah.
Protect my butt.
Uh-oh. Is that an abomination up my asshole?
Yes. You're not my real dad.
Don't make me come.
Leave me alone. Still haven't got any clothes on. Leave me alone.
Does
Somebody
anyone
picked it
have
up.
wood for Pisco?
Smashy.
Yeah.
All right. So where?
I've got
I
one
have
piece
some
of
wood
wood.
for you here. Even more reason to smash. Oh, well, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Oh God.
Yeah, somebody was definitely getting fucked.
We died.
Sorry,
a lot.
I'm just massive compared to the rest of you.
That was just the porn scene. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did I bleach this hole for nothing?
Take it to Bleach's hole.
The abomination's stuck. It's actually great. He's stuck in the
Says he must get back into
Bleach,
This-
what
this
was
is-
that
a
noise?
lot of fun with it. If we
This
had-
is breaking
if we had-
Stormy, by
if
the
we
way.
weren't already at capacity, talk to this.
We heard her.
About inviting you, Cry. If we knew you were interested and we didn't already have people.
Yeah,
you might
she's
get
she's
one.
never heard this
Why
before. I
not?
had to play the
There's
short
no
for her
money
later.
for me because I haven't got any clothes on.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
that-
if
that
Trim
was me
dies in a
slowly
boating
dying.
accident, we'll keep you in mind. Okay, if Stormy's not seen this, she probably hasn't seen the short.
I could hear it.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. She's on the other side of the room, too.
Yeah, she's coming through loud enough for chat to hear her. It's brilliant.
Well, hopefully we'll pick up that
Awesome.
series as soon as Trim gets his butt back off the boat.
Yes.
Disco's guttural yes makes me laugh every time, according to Besto.
Yeah. So here's another one that Stormy might like.
Let me
God
be back in the dungeon. The dungeon is nice. The dungeon is.
The
Oh,
dungeon
never
is
mind.
love.
Oh God, another one. Why is there so much shit outside? I'm running circles with an ever-increasing fucking tale of fucking animals and creatures. Dear Lord, not again. Oh God, fuck my life. Oh, what are you laughing at?
Yeah, she's broken.
What are you laughing at?
Trim, wait, why are we laughing?
Love that Trim is just going off on completely unrelated.
Oh, that was glorious.
I still think it was a brilliant decision to just subtitle to just caption that Stormy. I think it was a brilliant decision to just caption Trim, whatever Trim was ranting off as unrelated angry Trim noises.
Gurgy noises.
Yeah. Oh dear. So for more content like that, stay tuned on Mind Disco's channel. Because coming up when Trim fucking shows up again, well, fucking boat man. we have
Definitely needs kidnapping.
yes.
I'm pretty
Indeed, he
sure he
does.
has more verses of the sea shanty to sing now.
One of these days, when that's completed, I'm going to force Trim to sit down and I'm going to record it properly. And we will release a music video.
Stormy's dying.
Ardent sounds like he needs to get Stormy a breathalyzer or something. She's gone off the rails.
She's as red as the Texas flag at the moment.
Discord work, you bastard. Sadly, Ardent's camera's died, so I can't see him falling over either.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah,
No, it's working on my end.
digitized, and it looks like you have a giant growth over one of your eyes. And now you've got two. Oh no, that's just your face. Sorry.
Nah, it's just my eyebrows.
People must wonder what we see on the inside.
It's just Ardent and Corray.
Yeah, no one else shows their camera. We're all vain, but everyone else isn't.
Yeah.
I like to consider myself honest as opposed to deceptive and hiding.
Yeah,
I
you
prefer to
fucking
consider
cheat.
myself deceptive and hiding rather than honest.
And I
The look I just got from Stormy was special.
keep also
Take her to Bleach's hole and all abominations will be forgiven.
do keep in mind it is the middle of the
Waiting
night
for
for
the
the
lie to kick
Australian,
in on
and the
that
Australian
response.
is dressed appropriately.
But you have pants on?
No, I'm dressed appropriately for the middle of the night.
Ah, you don't have pants on.
Yes.
Right.
So you're naked with a beer in your lap?
Well, I don't have.
I'm not hearing a no, so.
It's not a beer, but sadly, it's also that guy's storming.
Oh yeah, and the lag is just beautiful because she'll start laughing again right about now.
And there's silence.
Yeah,
Deadly
there she
silence.
is. Never mind.
Ardent failure.
Yeah.
Yes, I fail on occasion.
You promised things and you then didn't deliver. I can't believe it.
Right about now. Stormy! Hang on, let me go poke her in the ribs.
At this rate, we just need to give Stormy her own microphone.
There she goes.
I don't know how the fuck Earl is doing his time zone conversions.
30. Where the hell are you,
Central
Earl?
Time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That'd be American time. Yeah.
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 If an Australian's not drinking, it means he's either poor or dead.
Or passed out drunk.
Oh,
No, he
please.
still keeps drinking. His mates just pour it in his mouth.
And of course, Earl resorts to the standard meme of Australia's not real.
Australia.
No, just
I
a
thought Australia
continent.
was actually the moon.
Well,
Yeah.
Australia have a lot in common. There's a lot of running around naked and drinking constantly.
Earl Testicles.
So Australia
What
is
form of disco can be considered a mech?
Mech.
That would be a biomech, technically.
I do believe that disco is in full mech mode.
It's a bit like Attack on Titan.
Get off the Attack on Titan.
But I do
Oh,
believe
dear.
that all of Poor Disco's decisions are currently being influenced by the pilot.
So pints and pints of pickle ice cream.
Probably something ridiculous like that.
Pickled ice cream sounds fucking disgusting.
Oh, it's
Just
it's
say
not
that
that
now.
bad.
Give it a couple months.
Pickled ice
You need to document the awful things that you end up craving, just so we
I
can.
Yeah,
saw
really
it.
weird
We would
cravings are
have
always
deep
interesting.
fried ice cream. Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to say deep fried pickles.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
at first I
Lord.
thought deep fried ice cream, that sounds like a Texas thing. So now Texas is actually
Ah.
Scotland confirmed.
Well, yeah, I was going to point out that the naked and running around drunk thing is really turning Australia into Southern Hemisphere Florida.
Yeah.
It's like it's got a lot in common with Florida, just minus the freedom.
Dill pickles and peanut butter.
Really?
God.
Wow. Okay.
Really? Okay.
That just broke me.
Yeah.
There you go. You just broke Bleach. How do you feel? She's celebrating.
Well, if Stormy likes broken bleachers, that unfortunately segues us into our first story of the day.
Yay!
Hey.
Okay, back to work.
So,
oh, fuck's sake.
Oh no, this is cause for celebration because this is going to be fucking
Oh,
hilarious.
not this shit. This is so fucking cringe.
Round two.
before we get into this, Callum asks, "What's that Swedish rotting fish meal?" The response is, "You're gonna have to narrow that down."
Yeah.
It's the one in the can where it smells so bad.
So
that-
Stromming.
Stromming, yeah, Stromming. or something
Yeah,
like
there's
that.
Surströmming or Lutefisk. One or the other.
They're two different things, but Stromming is the one where in England it is illegal to evict someone for.
Town's now fantasizing about that as an ice cream.
I bet Trim's had it as an ice cream.
You know he has.
I mean,
He'll
everything
deny
in
it.
Norway is made of ice.
Or rotten fish.
It's
Hello,
ice and
Green
rotten
Ranch.
fish from Stavanger all the way to Oslo.
Oh dear. So
You know, when they say food is the language of love, take that into account when you're talking about Norway.
Is he trying to make love to an Eldritch horror?
anyway,
Yeah.
so speaking of ice cream, the potato
And
pederast.
Eldritch
Yes, the potato pederast. Well, the potato pederast's team have announced that he's running for re-election.
Yeah,
Do you
they-
think
He's
they
probably not aware of
did
it.
this text?
I mean, yes, and kind of a really retarded one.
Chat GPT is just running the government.
Would explain a
Actually,
lot.
it's the monkey AI.
Yeah, now that it's been trained on full communism. Oh dear. Look,
Every generation. Has
what
a moment
generation
where-
are you a part of again? You fucking idiot. The one that needs to be dragged out back and put out of its misery.
Out of our misery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Ah.
God, indeed.
Have to stand up for democracy. Stand up to the fundamental. Whoa, that's interesting. To stand up for their fundamental freedoms. And what is that, old potato brain?
I do
I'm
believe
not allowed to say what I'm going to say on YouTube.
I do believe they tried that already, Joe, and then you had them imprisoned for years
Yeah.
without trial.
Or they just rolled into their compound, firebombed them, and oh wait,
Every generation has a moment where they have to stand up and fortify democracy.
oh, fortify is right.
I do believe that Joe was in politics when the FBI killed all those people, all those times.
Yes,
Since the 40s.
30s.
1840s.
Base ape. No, you heard it wrong. They said he's trying to get an erection.
Oh, well,
well, that'll
he
fix
just
it.
needs to sniff a
Unless there's,
little girl again, and that'll fix him.
Just pull on his hair plugs really hard.
You can tell he's struggling with Kamala at the very least.
Oh.
It's like, she's female, but she's too old. I'm confused. Ah!
He sniffs her and she smells like Serta.
No, she smells like Polydent, like he does.
To be fair, she probably smells like dick, because that's the only way she got anyway.
She smells like
I will
Willy,
say-
is what you're saying?
She uses baby formula as perfume to, keep him ingratiated.
Oh,
But it is worth reminding people that Kamala Harris is responsible for putting more black men in prison than any Republican could dream of,
and keeping them there past their sentences.
and using them as
Yes.
slave labor. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, to Similac, really, Arden?
I just saw.
When you've got jokes like that, just say them out loud. Come on, man.
Yeah, I probably should, yeah.
I mean,
No,
Oh,
why?
no.
I didn't need to have that image.
I don't.
Oh, God.
I had to Google that.
so, you know,
Yeah, we
that
don't have
reminds me
that.
of a
We don't have
cleaner-
that brand name in Australia.
Oh, sorry.
A slightly cleaner joke than all of this. So you know the Beatles song "Come Together Right Now"? That's really about Yoko Ono.
No!
Isn't that not that? Isn't it not that fucking Down syndrome bitch from that police department?
What I really want to
Yoko
know,
Ono, yes.
what I really want to know is what could Joe Biden do in the next 4 years to worsen what he's already achieved, I guess.
Have you
Actually
heard of a
said-
nuclear apocalypse?
I don't think it will get that far.
If Sleepy Joe and his pedophile mates send American troops to Ukraine, you can fucking bet it will.
Oh hell, we're probably gonna send troops to Haiti, given the way things are going. I'm not even joking. That's the worst part.
Oh,
Fucking
God.
interventionism. if you're going to intervene, you need to conquer the place fucking properly, not dick around for 10 years and then leave them with the 7th largest air force in the world.
I hope he gets confused again and accidentally conquers Mexico.
I mean, that would be pretty based.
Well,
Ends up
he
under the
might have fucked
cartels.
everything up, but he at least conquered Mexico, so that's a good thing.
Sadly, he was thinking of sending a trade delegation to Canada.
He's only interested in conquering Mexico to get access to the children, the ones without parents.
Just remember, the Democrats are always for the children.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Democrats really love children. Oh dear. So much so that they'll put on a dress and strip tease to 8-year-olds.
I didn't think we were at that stage of the
podcast. But that segment's coming up later on the Sultans of Shadilay.
Joy.
Oh, Lord above.
I mean, this is the most incompetent man we have had in office since Woodrow Wilson had his stroke.
Honestly, I would like George W. Bush Jr. back.
Because he could string a sentence together better?
At least his memes were fun. Like, it's hard to meme a pedophile and find that funny,
Oh, goody, we're getting into this.
So, unsurprisingly, the useless idiot needs cheat sheets on how to enter the reporters' names. And he's got
worse than cheat sheets.
He's got fucking pronunciation instructions for the stupid bitch's name.
Yeah. Oh, dear gods.
This is worse than just cheat sheets. This is the entirety of someone who cannot function.
Mm-hmm.
Even my grandmother, who I didn't like because she was an ass, even when she was suffering from dementia, at least everybody was like, well, all right, time to lock her in the home.
This is President's most voted and most loved president of all time.
Yes, the dear leader. I mean, when I saw this, my first thought was, the cards are that small? He can read that well?
Ironically, his eyes work as well as his nose.
He hasn't accidentally left the cheat sheet somewhere. We're just revealing millions of sort of secrets about.
I guarantee he has.
Mm-hmm.
But the Secret Service is following along behind him, so they're picking that shit up all the time.
Picking up his paper trail as he walks around, like, where did I put that again?
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that this son of a bitch has been wandering around the White House without pants for days on end. And they're like, oh, he's going outside. All right, put some pants on him.
Probably.
Tackle the old codger and put some pants on him.
Yeah.
If there's ever been a president that is simply a figurehead and not actually running anything, it's definitely Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. No, other presidents, even when they were, party apparatchiks, at least were able to function as an independent entity.
His physician reported the president was in good health in February, but refused to field questions from reporters about his cognitive strength. I wonder why.
Because he didn't want to get caught lying on national TV.
He'd have to have a cheat sheet to answer.
Yeah, probably.
My mental health is good.
Yeah, so
I can remember things.
Yeah. So the question.
Hello, potato.
The question in question. It says something along the lines of, how are you squaring your something priorities like something semiconductors? How the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 2 points. 1, how the fuck is that his problem? And 2, what the fuck would he know about it?
I like the fact that they are very, very, very picky about which reporters they allow to talk to Joe Biden, because they actually have to pick out these cards and write a whole port of who they are, how to pronounce the name, when the question is going to be asked. You've got the actual fucking question and what it's about, so he's not surprised by anything. Jesus.
Yep.
And to Earl's point,
we've got a better view of
it. To Earl's point, this bastard's been using them the entire time as president. He's seen pictures of the cheat sheets, an abject failure, model citizen for what that swallowing is good for society. Yes, but it's such an embarrassment because there used to be a time in American politics, actually everywhere, where you'd have politicians giving a speech and it would be entirely memorized and or stream of consciousness, and they had the ability to use good rhetorical skills without somebody standing behind them with their hand up their ass moving their mouth.
Yeah, so it looks like the whole question was about domestic priorities like reshoring semiconductor manufacturing. Oh, you mean the thing they whined about Trump doing?
Yep.
It's fucking ridiculous. And yeah, that's basically the entirety of the story because journalism is dead.
Yeah. I wish reporting would make a comeback, but journalism can fuck right off.
Yes.
What is James O'Keefe doing these days?
I mean, maybe
it's like O'Keefe Media or something like that.
Okay.
No, right. Elon needs to start a new news company with O'Keefe doing the planning and Tucker Carlson doing the presenting.
And Evie Yemeni doing the man on the street.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pieces.
No, I think they're. Well, we might be able to get into this in a later segment, depending on how things flow. But I think there's a desperate need for a well-run right-wing media company where you can connect these disparate voices, but not under a single corporate entity umbrella. Basically, have everybody as contractors going through a single source and paying out that way, so you could get the big names on, both terrestrial broadcast media as well as a lot of the podcasts and Rumble and things like that. But you have somebody going, basically as a single point of contact to get all these disparate forces together in a unified front.
Yeah.
That's what the left is very good at doing, is putting together a unified front, and then they control the narrative everywhere. But that's a whole different topic. I'm strictly speaking, we need to encourage people to get together, work cooperatively, and not get bound up into corporate contracts and bullshit like that, where you end up with non-compete clauses.
Yeah, and apparently, and we might touch on it later. I can't remember, but everyone's just been cunts with contracts. Like I think we need to transition to a more of a what do you call it? A single instance contracting model, where it rather than
almost a gig economy sort of deal.
Kind of
A
potentially
little further away from that,
but
basically, it's more of a, you are going to purchase item X from person Y, and it's a single type of transaction. Now, it might be multiple items, but basically, you come to me and I sell you, 5 hours worth of content, and it's going to be on these types of topics or this level of content. Content
I don't
creation.
know, 5
But
articles, 3 30-minute episodes, an appearance on whatever panel show or something. But there seems to be massive issues with these long-term contracts fucking everybody, and everybody just being a bitch about them.
And I really think, because given what we've seen over the last couple of months, plus if you go back further, there's, I'm sure, more instances, but it's really throttling content. Now, I think this is partly unintentionally, but a lot of them are going back to what basically is like a syndication model from old television type stuff. So basically, yes, you're watching the Bleach show on Sultans TV. Well, I'm contractually obligated to you for 5 years to create X amount of shows every week, where for the current content modeling, that wouldn't be practical for either party.
Yeah, and like we need to something where it's like Sultans of Shadilay Productions would like to hire Mr. Bleach Demon to do 4 episodes of the Sultans of Shadilay podcast this month. Something a little more reasonable or short term.
Yeah, and it basically, if this was done, it would be, you need to produce this level of, this quality of content, and that's the end of it. It's not, we have the rights to your, name and likeness and things like that, and it's, it really needs to change the way we look at doing business.
Yeah.
And I say this as a business owner, so I'm used to dealing with this sort of stuff on a
that's where we
shall
need
we
to
say,
go
practical
with,
basis.
especially written media as well. Back to the older model of you pitch an idea to assorted editors, and then if an editor's like, yeah, we want that idea, write us the article. You write the article, provide it to them, you get paid.
Yeah. But yeah, because the whole these non-compete clauses, because that's what I'm starting to hear is coming out with Tucker right now, is it's really going to throttle the content that the average people need. Yeah, that's the thing. But
I don't think in the UK non-competes are actually enforceable, as far as I know.
I think it's case specific. I don't think theirs can be a general non-compete, but there can be something like you won't immediately start an identical company doing an identical thing and then advertise to our fucking clients.
Yeah, I mean, we have something similar in our contracts, but as far as I understand, it's more of a placeholder than anything else.
I imagine
that's typically what non-competes mean in the legal context in the US.
Yeah, I imagine that they might enforce something like where it's like you won't start your own company and do this own thing using your knowledge of our business. But what they probably wouldn't enforce is you will not work for another company in this industry, that kind of thing.
I've seen it go both ways. But yeah, and it's really strange, because technically for me, with a former employee, I should have been under a non-compete because of what I was dealing with their specific high-end technology stuff, but because they forgot about it when I signed on, and it's like I quit and ended up putting myself through university with what they paid me, and then later went back into the same industry more by happenstance, and knew their North American president, and he's like, if we'd caught this, we would have put a non-compete, and you would have been able to do this for another year. But because I like you, you want some insider knowledge on our next product line. Oh, hell yeah. But yeah, it's a strange world when you get into non-compete stuff.
Yep. Oh dear. So, Joe Biden has heard of race communism and gender communism. Well, his new product is child communism.
Oh, lovely.
Gods.
Because your child now belongs to everybody else.
Congratulations, you've just given birth to property of the state.
Yep.
Congratulations, I can now sniff your children without worry, because they're actually mine.
Yes, they're our children, so hand over my child.
Yeah, he's definitely a pedo.
Oh yeah, the fact that
a...
Hunter Biden calls him pedo Pete.
Yep. Tristan over on the Rumble says, if Ardent dies, the best retains the rights to his likeness for the purpose of creating an AI deepfake Saturday co-host.
To which I responded, hell no, my likeness rights revert to Hanna-Barbera for the Sultans Saturday cartoons.
Lord above.
I
But
thought
yeah,
we
this is,
were the cartoons.
Sultans of
Well,
Shadilay
certainly more
featuring
entertaining than
VTuber
Disney's
models. Oh god, could you imagine if we replaced the little avatars down the bottom with fucking VTuber models?
That'd be awesome. It looked good.
Oh, that'd be fucking
I
ridiculous.
actually wouldn't object to that for once.
Yeah, I think we should get Bezic a VTuber Bezic.
Would I have to have a furry VTuber?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Also, Disco, I wouldn't talk if I was you. I hear that Kibbs' bunch of degenerates wants you to be a VTuber.
Yes, his
Oh, dear
chat was
God.
like, when's Disco getting VTuber avatar? Because Kibbs just got one, and I was like, when chat cracks open their piggy banks.
Yeah.
The appropriate response.
You guys want to pay for it? Fine. Kibbs was like, I can give you the contact details for the modeler and like rigging and whatnot. And I was like, that's great. Just as soon as chat cracks open them piggy banks.
Yeah. Speaking of Crow's model, we won't make it a humanoid. It's not going to be a furry technically because it's just going to be an actual crow, an actual 3D crow. The beak will move.
Will it be like Trim's little drawing where things come out of the mouth?
Oh, Earl.
Possibly.
I don't think I could get away with that.
Yeah, maybe on OnlyFans, Earl.
Only cloakers.
Yeah. Onlyboats.com.
But it's just the dismembered cloaca itself is the VTuber.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord above. Oh, yeah, speaking of Tucker Carlson. So, apparently, Vanity Fair's reporting that Rupert Murdoch was freaked out by Carlson's religious speech.
Oh, didn't Murdoch's current fling say something along the line of, "Oh, this was inspired by God"?
Oh, Lord above knows.
I mean, I'm sorry, but when you hire someone like Tucker, you find this stuff out in the interview, and when he talks about these sorts of things in that manner, that's what you fucking paid for, dude. You know, you should have known ahead of time.
Yep, it's not Tucker Carlson's never exactly made it a secret about what he is. So
No,
just
nor should he. That's the thing.
and it's from Vanity Fair, so take that with as much salt as you deem appropriate. So approximately fuck all. Validity, maybe an entire ocean load of salt. Because I don't know if I would believe an organization such as Vanity Fair.
No.
I mean, they're not even yellow journalism.
They're more shit stain journalism.
Yes. Yeah, Vanity Fair's just goes. On the same note,
Oh, speaking of garbage.
yeah, whatever.
Oh yes, the woman who'd never met Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, so according to Crowder, Tucker Carlson is the target of a shakedown. And blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. There's a lawsuit, is there? No? Oh, the lawsuit against Tucker filed by his former booking producer. The lawsuit will likely lead to discovery, blah, 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 blah. Mainstream media is already reporting on crude text messages as well as vulgarities he allegedly used to describe women and ace to make jokes. Oh, boo fucking who. Oh, and the booking
and,
producer
like-
suing him has actually never met him.
Yeah. The thing that Crowder likened this to was how there were some slurs, which never materialized, but they were coming. We swear.
Yeah. And yeah,
Callan Dayton has a good point. Grossberg does in fact look like a younger Hillary Clinton.
fuck is right.
She does in fact have the same haircut that Hillary had in college.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she does, in fact, look like she's been ran into by a truck face first.
Repeatedly.
No, I can't say that on the internet.
No, not on YouTube anyway.
Yes. And
Save it for Rumble. Save it for Rumble.
and of course,
Oh,
the
God,
dirty
speaking of things you
filth.
shouldn't save for Rumble.
Yeah, speaking of dirty, filthy communists, ASC smugly celebrates Tucker Carlson's ouster, brags that deplatforming works. Hold on, I thought deplatforming wasn't a thing you guys did.
Yeah, strange that.
Could
Well, the other thing that I found really amusing with her comment is like, oh, we've got to censor Tucker. It's like, they don't understand how this works because Tucker was on a cable news network.
Mm-hmm.
That's a completely different set of regulations than what happens on broadcast television.
Correct.
And she's not smart enough to know the difference.
She's also not smart enough to understand that if she was involved in this in any way, that sounds like an interesting trial lawsuit under the First Amendment.
She'd claim it was racism if it happened to her, though.
Yes,
Oh no, don't forget misogyny.
that she's a
Of
communist and communists aren't people.
They're state property.
Just like your kids.
Shut up, get back in the closet, you tool.
Earl says that Harambe wouldn't have let this happen.
Yeah, well, we know what happened to Harambe. Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton had a word that he knew something about her.
And so basically the rest of this article is Tucker's resident moron just waffling shit.
Oh,
So
it's Lily the
Brown.
Zoomer who can't write worth a damn.
yes, like for fuck's sake, hire Ardent or Bleach or Crow or any one of us here. I'm sure could do a better fucking job.
Hey, I haven't applied for a job with them.
Well, no, because you're too good.
Yes.
I'm not too good. I actually applied.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't seem to be interested in hiring people who know how to write.
Yeah, or proofread.
Yes.
Yep.
I'll just let ChatGPT do it for me.
Use the monkey.
Oh my god.
I'd love to see
I
someone
swear to
actually do
God.
that.
I swear, if Monkey actually took the monkey, and we'll make the delineation that way, if he actually used the monkey AI to start writing articles for newspapers, I guarantee you some of these lefty rags would absolutely pick them up. Vanity Fair for sure.
It
Oh,
would be
yeah.
amazing if he managed to get an article into The Guardian. Because they would
Oh,
be the
God.
people who would not know what the fuck to do with it. They'd be like, yeah, he's saying the right things, but, let's give it a weird whack title.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be a fun experiment if the monkey was limiting itself to whatever the character limit is for Twitter.
You just
Create
have to
a-
feed the
no, no, no,
monkey.
No, create a burner Twitter account and just start posting stuff from the monkey on Twitter and see what happens.
You just need to feed the AI a bunch of Guardian articles and see whether it can write its own.
Well,
Hopefully
the
it-
Guardian
it
articles
has.
look
Have you
like
not
they're
read
written
some of
by
them?
bloody
Yeah,
AI.
I need
you
to
don't be
read some of
reading
these
it.
walls of
No,
text, man.
I've been busy being ill, unfortunately.
Yes, Monkey.
Yeah, it's already. He's already created the perfect leftist.
Yes. As Baystype says, we
I-
might
I'm-
need to explain what the monkey is for the audience.
Very true. Yeah.
So Baystype made it a chatbot and fed it communist trash.
Yes.
And it creates some of the most interesting responses.
Yep. It's just as unself-aware as any other leftist you will encounter on the internet.
Yes. Satiritus has arrived on Rumble and says, "Ah, shit, I'm late."
We'll
Yes,
forgive
you
this
are.
one time.
For shame. Give donation.
But not on roll.
Buy the new mini chainsaw.
That's right.
Mini chainsaw, $10. Hospital trip, thousands, because he needs to go across the fucking border to actually get some.
Thing.
Oh,
They'll
what would
put me
also be
directly
cool?
into the maid program.
What would be really cool is if you could get the AI to actually draw comic books and see if you could just make it draw really fucking crap comic books. Like that just completely mocks all the fucking DC and Marvel crap that they're producing.
Oh god, that'd be hilarious. Ah,
And later, LG, thanks for dropping in.
Cheerio, LG.
if it's midnight for LG, that puts the bastard in Australia or somewhere on that line. Docs.
Oh, no.
China.
Monkey has trained the AI on the writings of Stalin, Lenin, Marx, Hitler, Mussolini, Che Guevara, and of course Trudeau.
Oh, look, your standard.
that was
I
my
thought
little
it was also
contribution.
Klaus.
Yes, I thought so.
I thought Klaus was in there too. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was Klaus too.
Assorted communist
'Cause I was
dictators.
asking it about eating the bugs, and it said yes, the population will eat the bugs.
Okay, I want to see an article posted to the Guardian in the next couple of months. That's the goal. If we
Oh,
could get it posted live and embarrass the fuck out of them, that would be amazing.
that would be hilarious.
Well, we really need to work on making it some subversive Twitter bot, basically.
Yeah, we also need to dumb down its writing skill a little for it
Yeah.
to be believable in the Guardian.
It's like fifth
Yeah.
grade, you know, writing.
Fifth
It does-
grade,
it does
ooh,
have
that's
that
pretty
expensive
advanced.
That's
vocabulary.
good, you know.
I just realized that this could be basically the inverse Connor.
Oh,
but
that'd be
it's
funny as
already
well.
it's
Send
already a
after
trained
Connor on Twitter.
socialist.
Send it after Connor on Twitter just to argue with every post he makes.
But Connor,
I wonder how long it would take
hey,
for
hold on
Connor
a
to
second.
like start taking the bait.
Connor already has a trained communist bot following him. It's called Thomas Dowling.
Touche. To be fair, Thomas follows me too.
After your cloaca.
Marky says, if you want to dumb down its writing skills, just have it read Lily Hayes articles. Oofed. Oofed. Correct, but
That's a good
oofed.
Yeah. That's oof, but right.
Yes. He's out of line, but he's not wrong.
Oh man.
I mean, this is the Guardian that once wrote that like democracy is basically rape because you're raping the people
Sorry,
who
what?
lost.
What?
I kid you not. So we used to do Laughing at the Guardian every week, which I think is starting up again tonight. But
Awesome.
we used to go through articles from the Guardian, just ridiculous opinion pieces that they came up with. And there's this one writer, I can't remember his name, but he was talking about like Parliament and stuff, and he was like, well, basically, like the current system, it's rape because the losers do not consent. We do not.
Oh, so as opposed to communism, where an even smaller minority is telling the majority what to do.
Just thought it was really funny. Harry and I are just sat there like, what? Did he just? Yep, yeah, he definitely just wrote that line.
Isn't there a generator for Guardian article titles out there because they were so fucking terrible?
There was, I think they got it taken down because Jess Phillips and Owen Jones are throwing a major tantrum about it. That's how I got blocked by Owen because I was
Yeah.
like, well, Owen, it's not anybody else's fault that you're indistinguishable from parody, mate.
Oh,
Well,
Lord.
that's why I call him Owned Jones.
He blocked me.
Yeah.
This would be great though if we can get the bot to actually write an article and get hired by the Guardian as a writer, because it will just prove that they're willing to
You're
post trash anything Doesn't matter as long as it
Well,
agrees.
how's
I mean,
we know
their
that we've seen
entire
their
opinion
articles.
section is proof.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you can then be like, hey, actually, you're posting AI generated content and you didn't even realize what's wrong with you. You're not even a fucking real
Oh,
company.
come
are
on!
you? You're not run by people.
Remember that bloody so-called scientific journal that was just that was just posting fucking Mein Kampf with with Jews replaced with women, or men or something.
Wait. Callum says Lotus Eater's weekend segments replica AI rescinding its not suitable for work settings. I fucking keep getting recommended replica AI. It's fucking annoying. I keep criticizing it and it keeps recommending it more.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't want this.
Oh, dear.
So I had a friend and he basically was like, oh, I'm gonna play with replica with his burner computer. And that he showed me the screenshots. And I'm like, well, that's basically a porn bot. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like it's aimed at desperate, lonely men. And like they obviously have to look at people on OnlyFans and be like, oh yeah, people like talking to these women. Well, we can get an AI to do that.
Yeah.
I wonder how much money they make. Fucking hell.
Oh, Lord.
Probably a lot.
We really we need to start beating these people. No, put down the AI. Fucking
Go touch grass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some people really need to just be like banned from the internet for a week.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where it could be an interesting experiment, but unfortunately, people are taking it way too fucking far.
Yeah.
Keep hearing oi, oi, oi in the background.
Somebody is going to get forced onto a podcast at this rate. We'll send Crow around with Monkey in. We'll give Jack a microphone.
I don't know why I'm involved in this.
Because you're
geography.
Because you're tough enough
I'm
to
just
force him
far
into it.
away. I mean, I guess I've never tried wrestling with Monkey before.
No. Monkey's going to help you.
Oh, okay. I'm getting the wrong end of the stick here. I'm just why are people setting me up to fight monkeys? I don't want to fight a monkey.
No. I'm saying that if we're going to hear Jack anyway, I'm going to send you and Monkey around to beat him up and force him to be on the podcast.
Oh, right. Yeah, see, that makes a lot more sense now that I've heard it the second time.
So, I have
alternatively known as how Ardent got on the podcast.
General
Yeah, who
question
did
for
let
Chat.
Arden in?
What's a good
Someone leaves the door open.
He doesn't know what babies are.
Perfect.
That's chef's kiss right there.
Oh, that was beautiful.
And he can't defend himself because he's just sat in chat. Like the filthy smoker he is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a shame. We would have been able to hear Stormy just howling in the background.
I know.
Yeah. Ardent's behind. He's like, yes, Disco, I just flew in like a moth randomly. Yeah, we left the light on and the door open.
You know, in the South, they put bags of vinegar-filled water to collect mosquitoes. So, I wonder if that works for Arden.
Oh dear.
So, well, I'm going to throw this to chat, in Rumble or YouTube. What is a good fake name for what the response monkey AI will be?
It's gotta sound like some fucking middle class white woman.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Could we have it as a Ukrainian woman?
I don't see why not.
I mean, I one of my clients is Ukrainian and she's really anti-woke and it's really fucking funny to me because she hates all the shit that's going on. But everyone seems to be simping for Ukraine at the moment. So I guess that would probably be a good way in. Like, oh yeah, we
Nah,
the
I think you
Ukrainian.
want to be a sassy black trans woman.
Oh,
Ooh, maybe.
Shaniqua Jones.
I was gonna say, what's black for Dylan?
Oh.
Black for Dylan.
Oh,
my.
Lord.
We're gonna get cancelled now.
Well, I mean the fake Twitter
Man,
that I'm gonna Mandela Kenton.
Speaking of getting cancelled.
oh, their name has to be one of those things like the stupid Bond girl names that are actually a euphemism. It's got to be something like that.
Oh, like Pussy Galore.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
Monkey says it's got to be an insufferable young white woman. But didn't you train it on all men's texts?
Yeah. Well, but it could be a trans man.
Trans woman.
Take credit, Monkey. Take credit for men's achievements.
Yep.
Right, you could always like start getting it to listen to people like AOC and a few others.
Oh, the poor AI.
Oh, this is where it ends up being actually voted in as a fucking politician, an AI politician. It probably did just as good a job.
Actually, but actually that's a good thing. So the first name should be Alexandria.
Ooh.
Just for obvious, because it could be Ukrainian, or it's an insufferable middle-class white woman.
There's no reason it can't be Black Alexandria, like blacker than AOC. So it's got more privilege.
But, we've got to create the whole whole shtick here.
Anyway,
we're gonna have to wait and see what Base comes up with. I'm sure we'll come up with something.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes.
So
sorry,
Fox are getting what they fucking deserved. Down almost $1 billion in market value after getting rid of Tucker. That was a bit of a stupid decision.
Oh, fuck that graph. That's so nasty.
Hold on. What is that graph actually? So that's
just a single day.
But that's not a terribly impressive graph when you actually look at the legend on the right. So it's down from about 33.75 a share to 31.75. So that's not a huge percentage downturn.
Can we bring up a live version of their stocks?
We can try. Let's see. Google Finance, that'll do. It achieved absolutely fucking nothing because it's almost up again.
Huh.
So I wonder how much of that is just people going, Fox will recover. We'll get in while it's cheap.
How does that compare for year to date?
I mean, they've been lower.
Yeah.
I think the initial response was it just went off the deep end because the panic, and then you also have the other side where it's like, okay, people are going to be doing the it's down, so I'm going to buy mentality because they think Fox will recover from this. I think what is more important than the stock prices in a situation like this is viewership, and that I believe tanked pretty hard.
Yeah. Well, while we're in Google Finance, how's Budweiser doing? Shut up, Google! You stupid bitch! Fucking thing. So there's Anheuser-Busch.
Oh, that's a great point. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Bleach Demon, we should get the monkey to read Simone de Beauvoir and actually be trained on that a bit as well. That would be perfect.
Yeah, so what do we got here? How is Anheuser-Busch doing year to date? Aww! Well, that's depressing.
Mm-hmm.
The big nosedive was nothing. They're still up by a shit ton.
Yeah. Again, I think it's a little misleading to look at stock prices with this. It should be looking at earnings and sales orders and stuff like that, which they typically don't
Yeah.
make very available.
No, you Americans do your tax in like January and December, don't you?
So for corporate tax filings, it's in March. For personal tax filings, it's in April. And then you also have quarterly reports sent in for employment rates and stuff like that.
Right, so I wonder if we're going to see a massive stock downturn in potentially in like June, because I assume they do like quarterly reports to the shareholders. So I wonder how it's going to look after that comes out and we see that sales have tanked.
Yeah, and we're not going to see that until, practically speaking, July.
Yeah. Well, which also makes me wonder if that's why they chose to do it in April.
Oh yeah. No, I think that's fully why, because there's time to recover, they think. Especially, with Memorial Day and all that stuff coming up. They'll think, yeah, well, it'll make up for the slack, but I mean, you talk to restaurants and whatnot, and it's like the sales have tanked, completely tanked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which brings me no small amount of joy.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope they fucking fail massively. But then again, maybe they won't, because anyone with taste wasn't drinking Bud and Lion in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah, go support your local brewery.
And make sure they're not owned by Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah, because I will say, for me, I've had to go make sure my local breweries are actually independent breweries, not partially owned by InBev.
Yeah.
Because one of the big ones around where I am started independent, got huge in the state, and then ended up selling out to InBev. And I can tell you, the quality of that beer dropped significantly. There's some preservative flavoring to it now.
Oh, it always does, because they always buy something because of the name value and try and then sell a cheaper variation to make a profit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
and also, because they have to do longer term storage and stuff like that. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so
I like the idea of brewing my own stuff.
So now we're going to continue with some more generalized American news. So we'll probably be jumping from topic to topic very wildly. But so up first, from Not the Bee, come meet Satanist Clint, the Antifa goon grandson. The media is platforming so they can crucify his Fox News watching grandpa. So this is talking about
Kansas City. There you go.
Yeah, so this is talking about the Kansas City resident who shot a black teen who, when the idiot mistakenly knocked on his door, allegedly. I don't believe
He didn't
that.
knock on his door. He mistakenly walked in and opened the door, trying to get his way in, as far as I've heard.
Well, in that case,
it's a storm door, and so if you're not familiar with the way American doors are set up,
it's reasonably.
No,
it's a home invasion.
I mean, if you've got a storm door and a main door that are closed, you open the storm door to knock on the main door, because nobody ever hears you banging on the storm door.
Fair.
Potentially. But it'll be interesting to
Yeah.
see how this turns out. But I guarantee it's not going to be as simple as the Democrats are claiming.
Oh hell no.
I mean, it seems a bit odd that he shot him if he was only through the storm door.
Yes.
Well, but again, the storm door is either glass or screen, and if you've got that open and somebody's beating on your door, you're gonna think, oh, there's somebody trying to break in.
Yeah.
But
Well, he may be morally justified. He probably won't be legally, if that's true.
yeah,
So
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this one's going to swing because it really depends on how the arguments fall in court. Because if it's, oh, he knocked on the door, he opened the storm door and came and knocked on the inside door, and then he was shot, then they'll probably be like, yeah, he shouldn't have ever fired the gun. But if he was trying to open the interior door, then it's kind of like, okay, sure.
I have a feeling that this is going to be very subjective, because there is the first thing is assuming everything's true so far that has been said about it, that the police and the media say. Assuming everything the police and the media say is true, define knock.
Yeah.
Is it hello, Khalifa Dirtbag? Are you in? Versus open the fucking door, you stupid N-word. Because one of those is justifiably getting shot through the door.
yep. And I think the other thing worth noting is if this this kid thought he was going to a friend's house to pick up some younger sibling or whatever it was, you're probably going to be dorking around and doing something stupid, thinking, oh, it's somebody I know, banging on the door, maybe shouting some stupid stuff, things like that.
Well, if they're a young teenager, they're probably going to be yelling, hey, open up, I'm waiting for something. And that can be quite intimidating to a confused old man, for sure.
Well, that's it. That's why I said chose the wording. If he's banging on the door, it's like, wake up, N-word. Like, maybe that is how he talks to his dirtbag friends.
Yeah.
And maybe, but you go up to some random old dude's house and start banging on the door going, wake up, N-word. That sounds like a home invasion.
It sounds like someone threatening your life, for sure.
Yes. So that is going to be very subjective. Fortunately, the dish shit is still alive to be subpoenaed by the defense.
The other thing is, this is one of the main reasons it's really useful to have a fucking door camera at this point.
Do not get an internet connected one that, well, potentially don't.
You get your own fucking local security cameras, because I don't want to fucking bring sending out my fucking videos.
Get yourself a nice hardwired box. Or wireless to the box, or whatever it is, but get yourself something that records locally.
Also, if you can, get a door turret that also has a Gatling gun attached, so it just automatically shoots anyone that you don't want.
I mean, that sounds pretty based.
So that would be just about everybody.
Yeah, it's just the moment you step foot, like onto my property. Yeah, it's just like, yeah.
Just posting it on your porch.
Yeah. So, not the big post, two comparisons. So, the black teen, who I guarantee got to be like 19.
Let me guess that this $3 million that's been raised on his GoFundMe, I bet he doesn't ever fucking see it. I bet there's lots of different GoFundMes that are on there for him on his behalf by several people trying to grift it again.
Yep. Meanwhile, don't care, a 20-year-old white woman who was similarly shot and killed by New York homeowner when she and her friends mistakenly turned into his driveway has only raised $90,000. And the media doesn't care.
Yeah, of course they don't fucking care.
What do you want about?
Because it doesn't stop
the media does care. They're falling all over themselves to use this as justification for gun control.
No. They don't care about specifically the white woman.
Oh, yeah, they don't care about specifically the white woman, but...
They don't care about the white woman at all because they can't sell a fucking story for it. Because no one gives a shit.
The gun control...
Their audience is white people.
The gun control fascists, though, are absolutely falling over themselves going, see, you shouldn't be shot just for turning into the wrong driveway. No, but would you like to tell us the race of that New York homeowner?
Yep.
For the record, the young fella is 16.
Oh, so actually a teen.
Ah.
Kevin Monahan. Oh, well, it does appear to have been a white dude for a change. Okay, so that's 1 out of how many millions?
Mm.
But then,
And has he pled guilty?
at least they've charged him, which is something. So also they're not quite the same. Both shot for going to the wrong house. There's a vast difference between turning into a driveway and knocking on a door. So, so CBS. So what? The Communist Bullshit Network says the 84-year-old Kansas City man who allegedly shot teenager Raphael had become staunchly right-wing, as far as doing the denying conspiracy stuff and conspiracies and disinformation, fully blah 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 blah. Don Lemon, why do you say that your grandfather is racist? Grandson of homeowner who shot Ralph Yarl. He's just a stock American Christian male, older. That's just how they are. That's right. All American Christian males are racist.
Piece of shit.
Yep. Well, he's selling his grandfather's soul for internet clout and maybe a small speaking fee or something.
Probably. Or he's just this kind of level of communist piece of shit.
Yeah.
That will be like, yeah, why not? Yeah.
So yeah, more idiots. The man who shot Ralph Yarl for ringing his doorbell was a Fox News watching conspiracy theorist. Again, do you have any evidence other than this fucking communist dirtbag?
Sorry, what about watching Fox News makes you a conspiracy theorist?
Well, Fox News is right of Stalin, therefore they're evil, and if you watch them, you must also be evil.
Oh, so any alternative opinion except the correct opinion is a conspiracy theorist, yes.
Yes.
That's really using conspiracy theorists as a... It's like calling everybody a racist or a sexist.
Well, that's what Justin Castro tells us. Don't believe your lying eyes, just to listen to what we have to tell you.
Yeah.
So yeah, so according to the Communist News Network, the grandson says he was into weird random stuff. 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot twice when he rang the wrong doorbell. Rang the wrong doorbell. I thought he was knocking, and either way, it still sounds sus.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't tend to just shoot people who ring their doorbells.
No.
Well, unless I would say the 84-year-old has dementia, and
who the fuck is this Lou weirdo?
So this is the communist grandson,
right?
I'm a human male.
Yeah, abolish prisons.
I'm going to need citations for both of those. Hail Satan. No. We don't have to listen to the lunatic ravings of this paranoid hippie. No, we don't. Shut up, paranoid hippie. Trans rights. Trans right to what? Abolish prisons. ACAB. Okay, hold on a second. Abolish prisons. So what do you suggest we do with this guy then?
We'll just let him go because there's no prisons.
Yeah.
And since cops are bastards, there's no judicial process at all. Let's just get rid of it.
Yeah,
yeah, he can shoot as many black kids as he wants because there's no one and nothing to do with it.
No cops, no prisons, let him free. Jobs are done and move on.
Yep.
So the idiot then says, fuck this country, America is broken and slipping backwards into a dangerous era.
This is going to be a case of the young fella banged on the door and just walked in.
Possibly. Yeah. But I'd be willing to bet that knocking on the door was loudly banging.
Yeah. It's still, regardless, it's a sad situation. But it's like, if the guy's like, this is the house I'm supposed to go into and has no, etiquette and whatnot, just going to randomly go in.
Oh, that's it. Like, I'm sure a lot of us have walked into our mates' houses, just gone straight in. It's like, hey, bitch, I'm here. Try doing that in the wrong house in America. You'll get...
Yeah.
It's not...
I think most people would get shot, frankly.
Yeah.
And should. I mean, unless it's like, you're really tight with them and their standing thing is, just come on in when you're here, let me know. That sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. So because the internet's forever, we've got this idiot's Twitter account. So what's he into? Well, he's with Antifa. Them. You're really going to die for drag queens and queer folks? Antifa communist says someone is.
Wow.
Hmm.
Oh,
That's not going to go the way you think it is.
no. Sorry, you want to fight the Republicans, do you? You know, the people with more guns than the United States military and the next 10 most gun-populated countries.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, dirtbags vandalizing the police memorial wall. Stupid communists in trees.
Not the right way.
Yeah. Excellent.
Like
Ivan.
that.
Excellent.
I just could not resist that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Zen Chan says in chat, I think I heard the phrase awful but lawful when a lawyer was talking about similar shootings a few years ago.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, we're never going to hear the true facts of this case because I doubt Grandpa had a security system.
It's going to be just like they tried to do with Kyle Rittenhouse and every other person. They're going to throw them right under the fucking bus and try
Well, at least
and have
Kyle
a show
had
trial about it.
500 hours of video.
Yeah, well, he got lucky, but, you know, we've got Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, who did not murder anyone. Derek Chauvin is not responsible for the death of that stupid drug addict. He is apparently, by all accounts, an idiot and a bad cop, but he's didn't kill anyone.
Well, I mean, for fuck's sakes, dude, you had him in the car. Just drive the fuck away.
Yeah, why the fuck were you
Yeah.
hanging around? Like, at one point, weren't they wanting that they were concerned about the crowd encroaching? He was in the fucking car, just leave! So, yes, it is fair to call the man an idiot and an incompetent police officer, potentially, but he did not kill that man.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
The baggie of fentanyl that he was ingested so that the cops couldn't find it, that's what killed him.
Yep.
Like, it's just a drug overdose.
Right, I'm gonna head off for now. I need to get some more work done.
Okie dokie.
I'll
Work,
hop on
ew.
again later on.
Bye bye,
Watch out for
Disco.
those moths.
See you.
See ya.
Oh,
And
even
the biomech has left.
so.
Yeah, I like this. I like this story about how he got sued. That's cute.
It gets better. This guy, communist fuckwit, was sued in the Kansas City area for defamation by a co-worker who complained that Dirtbag posted Antifa BLM hail Satan and all cops are bastards stickers at work.
That
Let's
sounds
have a
completely out of
fucking
character
look.
for the guy who has all those slogans on his fucking Twitter.
Yeah.
Zen Chan says, also, I think I heard that the kid was actually in the older man's like indoor patio, like had a little atrium before his proper front door, and the kid had gone into that and was banging on his door. Ooh.
I mean, depending on the style of the house,
Video.
that's not
Yeah.
uncommon.
No.
Oh, that fucking reply is just straight in the chipper.
Yeah, the entire case was dismissed. Oh, shut up, loser. Kyle Ludwig is a brave and honourable individual who's standing against generational xenophobia and systemic racism. No, you're just an idiot, mate.
Honorable and Antifa don't go in the same fucking sentence.
I wouldn't actually be surprised if they were using ChatGPT now, just to try and swallow their numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well, I
don't.
mean,
Half the people online aren't bots these days. After all the shit that Elon went through with Twitter.
Yeah. We've also got a similar article from Ladder with Crowder. Oh, fuck, it's by that Zoomer idiot, Lily. Yeah, it's just the same info that's in the other one, just really poorly done.
Copy and pasting other people's work because she just wants a paycheck.
Probably. Meanwhile, Hollywood's whining about Robert Kennedy's wife because he's going to challenge Joe Biden. Let him if you want to win, you idiots.
I
Why
find
are
it
you going
interesting
after his wife?
because he is a threat directly to the system that they have in place.
Yeah.
Fair.
I need to
Wonder
step.
how long it'll take before she takes a bullet to the
Yeah,
brain.
if you guys want to go through this, I need to step out for just a moment.
Sure.
So, I mean,
Why not
you're
do,
speaking
paper,
of
rock,
the
scissors?
typical Kennedy solution.
Yeah. Anybody else want to read this, or will I take it?
You can
I thought
take
you
it.
were
I've got a
taking
sore
it.
throat.
Okay, I'll get it. Actress Cheryl Hines, Curb Your Enthusiasm waitress, has allegedly started to lose work in Hollywood over her husband, a Kennedy, challenging Joe Biden, who supposedly 51% of Democrats don't want to run again for the presidency. RFK Jr. spoke to Breitbart News. Breitbart, I wonder if you share some of the fears many Americans have of the cancel culture. You spoke about your wife, actress Cheryl Hines, potential first lady. She's a very talented actress, very funny. Has she faced that kind of fear, that kind of pressure because you're challenging an incumbent president from the Democratic Party? Do you think that she will face pressure from Hollywood? Kennedy's response, I don't want to go into details, but I can tell you that she has already lost. In fact, she lost one today. I can tell you, yes. There is a cancel culture. It's alarming. Hollywood's alleged actions aren't surprising. They hate it when anyone has a single opposing viewpoint, or in this case, supports someone who does. Plus, Kennedy has been a thorn in Biden's side by speaking out against the narrative, as well as a host of other issues. And I know he's Fox News' favorite Democrat for the same reason Donald Trump is everyone else. Yes, for the same reason Donald Trump is everyone else in mainstream media's favorite Republican. It just boggles my mind that Bobby Kennedy's son is persona non grata in the 2023 Democrat Party.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either, does it?
Actual heir to Camelot. We joke that the Democrat Party has gotten so extreme, John F. Kennedy wouldn't recognize it anymore. His nephew running so that Dems have a moderate option proves it. Though I mostly feel bad for JFK Jr., the guy goes and fakes his own death so that he can become Q and work with Trump to expose the deep state and all the in Hollywood. And here comes his cousin to fuck everything up. Please note that the preceding paragraph was written in sarcasm font. Okay.
In sarcasm font.
Yeah.
Yeah, Camelot is a perfect way of describing him. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Not a Bobcat has discovered he can occupy two chats at the same time. Congratulations.
Wow.
I've been doing that all day.
Do you want the Nancy Pelosi clap, not a Robert Cat?
Oh, dear God. Nobody wants the clap from Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, no.
I didn't even want... I kind of need to bleach my eyes and mind and everything now.
I just did it for you.
Yeah, you kind of need to bleach your entire sensory
Needs to be
cortex.
stronger. Can we have some, I don't know, acid?
Extra strength?
Yeah,
Oh,
just pure acid. Just melt.
Mark who points out that Kamala actually means horrible in Finnish.
means horrible in English too.
Yeah.
Bobcat over on Rumble says, "Bleach, give me the clap." Oof.
Oof. Don't use bleach on the clap. That won't help.
No, but if you're going to, please film it. Because we want to see that reaction.
According to Violence is Life, according to the previous article that we were talking about, my husband's nephew came over and I almost shot him. He had just gotten out of prison and was covered in face tattoos. He died of a drug overdose afterwards. Like, so you shot him or almost shot him and then he died of a drug overdose? Like, is it like a separate event or did he die of a drug overdose after you nearly shot him?
It sounds like it was separated in time there. Because Violence then says, we tried to help him, everyone did. It was when my husband's mother died that he lost it all. Yeah. So it sounds like another poor idiot trapped in the drug spiral.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Institutionalization does that to people, it seems.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of guys like that. When I was counseling guys who were coming out, it was really bad for them.
Yeah,
and a lot of them.
And Arden, you know better than I would, but it seems like their reform efforts basically just institutionalize them further.
Yeah.
In some cases, yeah.
Well, it kind of goes to what I've said before, where we essentially need to break prison into two classes: reformable and unreformable. And unreformable, we just bury under the prison.
Reformable just needs to be a pit.
Yeah, unreformable, we just throw in a pit. we'll leave the depth of that pit up to chat. It's imagination.
Mm.
And reform.
And yeah, like
We
like
need.
you said, the reform attempts they make inside, there's loads and loads of support. If somebody really wants to reform, there is loads of support for people inside the system. But once you're outside the system, where you really need that kind of continuance, it kind of tends to fade.
And that's something that America runs into a lot because they don't have a welfare system. And we'll leave aside the debates about whether that's good in general or not. But because they don't have that in the States, they throw a guy out onto the streets, and if he's lucky, they're like, "Here's $200. Good luck." Okay.
Yeah.
2 days
And
later,
then you have parole.
yeah. And again, there's no support while they're on parole.
No.
So you've got this guy who's got like 2 days worth of money, and it's a bitch of enough to get a job as it is. But then you add on the fact that he's probably a convicted felon. At bare minimum, he's got a criminal record, and potentially on parole as well.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of the time, what happens is the only support network these guys have, especially guys who've come from the gang situation, whether inside or outside to inside, what happens is the only support system they see are the guys who got them in trouble in the first place.
Yeah. And I'm very much of a you serve your time, you get things basically expunged as far as public records.
Yeah.
That should be the way it goes, unless
Yeah,
it's
and
specific types of crime.
yeah, in order to let a man actually pay his debt to society, it would be nice if that debt could be wiped out.
Yep. Like, I've suggested, like, a kind of extended parole, like, potentially reduce the time they're inside, but give them, like, 10 years fucking parole. But whatever it is, when they're done, we need to start giving them rights back. And we have dinged. Holtznater has donated $5, thank you, sir, and says, exercise is a great way to reform people. Perhaps the unreformables could be given swimming lessons or weighed down with hundreds of pounds of stone. Interesting. Potentially, we could even get the stone mined by the reformables. Just as a little bit of a reminder of what happens if you come back.
Yeah, Callum in chat is mentioning he'd like to have the. I'm guessing this is the non-crime hate incident thing.
Yeah,
removed?
the non-crime hate communist bullshit thought crime crap
Yeah.
from the UK.
Yeah, if it's not a crime.
If it's not a crime... Okay, fair enough.
If it's not a crime, if you continue to mute yourself.
Muting himself's a crime. Don't pay him to mute himself. But... maybe one of these days we'll have enough to pay him. Anyway, speaking of drug-infested shitholes that are full of unredeemable losers, San Francisco. Target put...
Oh, gosh, I didn't realize the lag was letting me cut myself.
Cut myself.
And there's the lag again.
Yeah. Stormy told me I cut myself off mid-sentence. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Marco says, wasn't the American system like that in the past? I mean, the Bare Mexicans buying guns legal was put in place in the 1920s. I would have absolutely no idea, but a lifetime ban on owning guns for cons is a bit bullshit.
Yeah. And you are correct, Marku, where that all came around in the 1930s thanks to Prohibition and the National Firearms Act and all that bullshit. Because the old American system was you went in, you served your time, they booted you out, and you could basically go back to the life you had had as long as you'd not continued to break the law.
Ooh.
But
progressive
reforms.
Yeah, random stupid idea. The National Firearms Act should mean that the government gives everyone in the nation a firearm.
Yes. Yes.
Just remember to point it outward, folks.
And if you want to talk about well-regulated, okay, fine. Every able-bodied man must take his government-purchased assault rifle and practice with it at least once a month on Sunday.
Yes. That would be.
There you go. It's a militia and it's regulated.
And the best part is it's all available for you for the low, low price of citizenship.
Service guarantees citizenship. Would you like to hear more?
Odar in chat suggests something extremely useless. Everyone gets 22 long rifle. Maintaining it is up to them.
God's sake.
Jesus Christ, at least give me a 308 if I'm going to be fucking installed into a militia.
Yeah. Yeah. 308's like 308
It's
is
good
a
enough for the bar. It's good enough for me.
well,
Yeah.
308's
Well,
a
no,
great
30-06 was in the bar.
Oh, really? I thought it was a 308. Wait, no, I'm thinking about something else that was automatic that fired a 308 that was basically described as a bar in 308. I think it was something later.
Yeah, but 308 is an
No.
excellent caliber to get a rifle in because I'm pretty
It's a
sure.
very good hunting round.
Well, and Bleach will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure 7.62 is the same dimensions, but it has a slightly lower power load. So if you get a 308, you can shoot 308 and any 7.62 you may acquire from Feds.
Yep. Yeah, there are slight differences, but they're so slight. It's like basically if you get something rated for the NATO cartridge, it's NATO cartridge doesn't convert well to civilian, but civilian can convert to NATO cartridge because of some powder loading differences. But that's I
Yeah.
can't remember.
I know.
Basically, it's interchangeable.
Yeah, especially in modern guns, you can use either in either. But with older guns, whichever one has the higher pressure rating, you shouldn't use in the other one if it's an older gun.
Correct.
But in modern guns, they'll take either or. But you should still probably not overpressure it if you don't have to. But again, being able to battlefield pick up some 7.62 does come in handy.
Yes. Well, that-
when you said battlefield pickup, the first thing that came to my mind was battlefield picking up like
Like
a water cooling.
fuck, Arden. You need to beat your internet provider.
Oh, is it that bad?
Yeah, I didn't hear
It's
what you were
worse.
battlefield picking up.
Oh, a water cooled machine gun, something like the oh god, I can't remember the names of them now.
Are you talking like the Maxim and the Vickers and
Yes, thank you, the Maxim. That's what I was going for.
Schwalos?
Yeah. So anyway, San Francisco, the known shithole San Francisco, Target puts entire department on lockdown amid a shoplifting crisis. Oh, we've dinged again. Holznader has donated another $5 and says, "You know, the fastest way to stop leftism is to demolish the cities. Also, current law is permanent ban for felony or misdemeanor with a longer than 2-year jail sentence. Yes, to demolishing cities, and yeah, it shouldn't be a permanent ban for anything. But there should be I reckon that some level of post-release restriction is probably justified, but permanent's a bit bullshit. You do something stupid as a kid, learn your fucking lesson. And then for the rest of your fucking life, you're denied your right to self-defense? Seems a bit bullshit to me.
A bit. I would say it's extremely bullshit.
Yes.
That's just me.
In this case, bit is a fucking huge bit.
Yeah, as I like to say, a lot of it on stuff like this.
Indeed. Oh dear. So, San Francisco Target has been putting all of its cosmetic and toiletry products on lockdown amid a shoplifting crisis that has crippled retailers in the communist city. Footage of the store's interior posted to TikTok Thursday showed aisle after aisle of common drugstore products under lock and key in the mega chain. Blah, 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 blah. Don't care, don't care. Yep, everything behind... Oh, fuck. I should have got it up. Remember that article from a while ago where someone was whining that all the black skin tone products were locked up, but the white skin tone products were out free?
Yeah. Wasn't it something like sunscreen was the only thing that wasn't locked up in one of these
Yes.
stores?
Yep.
Oh, and just because he's on the sidebar, rip Jerry Springer.
Jerry. Oh, wait. Oh, dear. So 71% of retailers surveyed by the association said, oh, for fuck's sake, what a shit website. Substantial moderate increase in organised retail crime. With 55% saying that policies that reduce or eliminate cash bail for non-violent crimes in cities like San Francisco and fuck New York are to blame. Yeah, no shit. What the fuck is wrong with the other 45%? Marcus says, I think permanent bans should be decided individually by the courts. I can understand lifetime bans on gangbangers refusing to correct their lives. See, I've got an alternative solution for gangbangers that refuse to correct their lives that also involves guns.
Yep. If you're going to defund the police, you need to rearm the populace.
Well, no, I was suggesting professional firing squads.
Professional, I think you can get by with amateurs. Free
Volunteers. Well, that well-regulated militia needs something to do.
That's true. Just have them rock up to the southern border and go, no, turn around.
Yep.
And Roxham Road, just south of Quebec.
Yep.
Mm.
So blah, 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 blah. Again, journalism's dead, and so is website design. Please don't make your website of worse quality than a 12-year-old with access to a computer. Anyway. Speaking of some First Amendment and lawsuits, students sue after Michigan School District forces them to remove Let's Go Brandon sweatshirts. Well, that's going to be a fucking slam dunk.
Yeah, there was a older court case from like the 60s or 70s that basically throws this out as highly illegal to do.
Blatantly unconstitutional.
Yes.
Oh, God. What idiot wrote this? Hey, Michigan, political speech in school is still protected speech. Well, yes, you fucking idiot. That's what makes it protected, the fact that it's political. In fact, the fact that it's political makes it extra protected. Ah, God. Dear Americans, please know more about your Constitution than some random Australian dickhead.
Yeah, it would be nice if they actually taught our Constitution.
Yes. Would be. Yeah, it's funny how schools don't include things like the Constitution, but they've got plenty of time for drag queen molestation hour.
Yep.
So blah, 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 blah. So, this is from The Fire, and they're one of those organizations that actually provides funding for lawyers to sue people. But apparently they don't provide funding for writing. So blah, 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 blah. Yeah, 2 middle school students will switch at school with the phrase, let's go Brandon. Blah, 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 blah. Assistant principal and teacher ordered the boys to remove the sweatshirts. However, administrators, and here's where it gets gets to the blatant proof of the First Amendment violation. The administrators allowed students to wear apparel with other political messages, including gay pride themed hoodies. So not only was it illegal to start with, if they're allowing other political messaging, that's extra illegal. So blah, 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 blah. And yeah, so any institution that accepts government funds is required to uphold the Constitution. The only way you could do a ban like this is if your school was entirely privately funded. You accept a cent of, possibly state, but definitely federal money. Congratulations, you're now bound by the Constitution. Ida says there's a reason the public school system doesn't teach our Constitution. They don't want the next generation to know it was ever in place. Yeah,
Exactly.
sadly, that's exactly
Yeah.
right.
They definitely don't want these kids capable of defending themselves.
Oh, here we go. Bleach, this is probably what you're talking about. 1969 Supreme Court case of Tinker versus Des Moines, in which the Supreme Court
Yep.
affirmed public school students' First Amendment right to wear black armbands to school protesting the Vietnam War. The court stressed that students disagreeing with each other is not only an inevitable part of the process of attending school, it is also an important part of the educational process. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
They get to go fuck off.
This is a very, very obvious slam dunk. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that Fire took this on, because they're going to win.
Not only they're going to win, but they're going to crush the school district.
Yep.
Oh, it's in Whitmer's, Michigan. Little wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ida says, here's the thing though, well, there's a definite radical left shift in Gen Z / Alpha. In America, I've seen some evidence that their right-wingers are starting to become as extreme. Yeah, unfortunately that's true, and that is the pendulum that Disco and I keep talking about. If violent, radical, extremist, communist psychopaths keep oppressing, and that's what they're doing, they are oppressing right of Stalin people, the people they're going to turn around and go, you know what? Not only fuck you with a machine gun. And that is not going to end well.
Yeah.
And one day, for
really
no
sad.
reason at all. Yeah, so you're very right, sir. Sorry, you were saying, Bleach?
Oh no, it's just sad that people don't see that this is going to happen eventually, because it's just human nature.
Well, I reckon the left is counting on it. They're hoping that the violent reprisals are small enough that their paid enforcers can win, and then they'll be able to use it as justification for more extreme tyranny.
Unfortunately, I think when and if that day happens, it's going to be bad for everybody, and there's no way around it. Yeah, I've got more thoughts, but I'm just it's a bad world that we're setting ourselves up for.
Disco and I need to do that fucking pendulum video before it's a historical documentary instead of before it's a historical documentary rather than a predictive analysis. Oh, Lord above. Meanwhile, in Washington, music classes cut in Washington state over white supremacy and institutional violence, where a school district that lives in is entrenched in and is surrounded by white supremacy culture. That's right. Learning an interesting skill, such as music, is white supremacy because black people never developed a culture with music? Which doesn't seem accurate because even the fucking Aboriginals invented music.
Yeah, I mean,
it's look, dear Washington State, I'm reasonably sure that black people invented the concept of hitting two things together to make a noise. Because I'm not racist enough to think that they're too stupid for that.
Little things like jazz music.
True.
Rap and all that crap, you know.
I'm not sure we can call rap music, but jazz,
raga.
I don't know if jazz was invented by the black community, but was absolutely adopted and entrenched by them. Popularized by them.
The blues.
And I just want to point out, because I looked this up just now. Would anybody like to hazard a guess what the percentage of the black population is in the entirety of Washington State?
Is it 7%?
No. It's somewhere right between the two numbers that you guys threw.
4%?
4.5.
It is currently 3.8%.
Jesus Lord.
So, and the next highest percentage is, let's see, above that is Asian at 9.4,
Damned
and
Asians.
Hispanic at 13.7.
Damned Asians making other minorities look bad.
Yeah. So this white supremacy is for like the liliest white of states in the United States.
Yeah.
Its percentage of white has actually it's what 77.3% in 2010.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the name of the blind black guy with the sax?
With the saxophone?
I think it was a saxophone.
My first thought was crap, the guy with the piano.
That was also the guy with the piano, but I could have sworn there was
Ray Charles,
Yeah.
yes.
I think there was also a guy with the sax, possibly.
Blind Melon Hopkins or something?
Yeah, and then there was he's really famous blues artist, damn good music, and is like Blind something Jack. Or Jake. Blues isn't my forte, so.
Which one are you?
Yeah, the only
Roland
really good
Kirk
blues
is
musician
one
I
of
know
them.
It's not Bleeding Gums Murphy Monkey. Yeah, the only good blues musician I can think of who was blind was Jeff Healey, but that was a very white man.
But either way, like we've got Ray Charles, for example. But if you're getting rid of music classes, like, okay, how about we talk about Ray Charles and how fucking awesome that son of a bitch was?
Blind Willie Johnson, that's who I was thinking of.
But if
that dude could tear it up.
But if they want to whine about black peoples, well, just talk about, in addition to like your classics, like your old dead white composers, like also talk about America. Talk about the fucking history of jazz. There's 1,000 black people for you.
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah.
Dizzy Gillespie alone to keep you busy.
Oh yeah, Duke Ellington.
Sorry, you say Dizzy Gillespie, and I'm thinking of a far different person. Bleach knows because he's a good boy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need some explainer on that later. This sounds interesting.
The curly-haired chick from Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dizzy was a good girl.
Yes.
Very.
Best girl, in fact.
Odar is mentioning, no, I think the racism they're referring to is inner city black struggle to afford music lessons. So clearly it all has to go out the window.
Yeah.
That's a fair point, but I've known schools that, like, shithole West Virginia where you can get a loaner instrument. And we're talking people so poor that they can barely get food to feed themselves and lived in burned out houses.
Right. So the problem is, like, I predicted when we first saw it come up. So when I first saw it, I said something along the lines of, I bet it's because competent music teachers are expensive and critical race theory pandering psychopaths are dime a fucking dozen. Yeah, I was right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The district, which is facing an 11.5... Sorry, go on.
I was wondering about the whole institutional violence thing. Like,
it's just their excuse. It's their excuse for cutting the program because they're out of money. They're lying.
Yeah.
And
it's just another redefinition of terms.
Yeah. So they're facing an $11.5 million budget shortfall in an effort to save approximately $537,000 and fight racism, voted last week to eliminate band and strings for fourth graders. I knew that competent music teachers were expensive, but $537,000. Are they including the total value of every musical instrument and piece of associated technology that the entire fucking school district owns and the theater hall?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. The school board director conceded that research has proven music classes are healthy for young minds, but they're disproportionately rolled out across the district's elementary schools. That sounds like your fault, dickhead.
Yep.
You're the school board director.
We can't budget properly.
We're too stupid to arrange things properly, therefore racism. Because that's literally what he's saying. Because I'm too fucking stupid to do my job properly.
Yeah. It's even admitted to later on in the paragraph. They say students at some campuses are required to miss core instruction in order to attend music classes, while other schools offer longer instrumental class time. Okay.
Again, that sounds
then
like your fucking fault.
Yeah, like it's the job of this guy's a school board director. It's his job to make sure that the schools are teaching core instruction and not conflicting with anything else.
Yeah, it sounds like he's arguing that because he's an incompetent idiot, the kids should suffer. Oh, he added there was nothing intrinsically white supremacist about string or instrumental music, but cautioned that it could contribute to the racist culture. Sorry, are you saying that Ray Charles was a white supremacist?
He was probably the blind face of white supremacy.
Let's see. Ray Charles couldn't see color.
Maybe that's the problem. Ray Charles thought he was a white man because they were successful. Oh, fuck. There goes the YouTube channel.
Oh, God.
Callum Dayton says, Blues Brothers music starts playing. Hey, man.
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
Oh.
Great pair of movies.
Oh, a spokesperson for the district told New York Post that the cuts only applied to music elective students who are able to opt in for the lessons in addition to their general classes. What? So what exactly is the problem, you fucking idiot?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, parents are furious and told the outlet the decision was par for the course for the public school board, which had previously allowed one of its elementary schools to ban white students from a safe space club.
Yeah. Well, this should be a wake-up call to the parents. If you're that pissed off, get on the school board.
The district, like many others across the state, is seeking shrinking enrollment. Yeah, because people are fleeing Washington state like rats off a fucking sinking ship. And recently they appointed some stupid bitch, a Black Lives Matter psychopath, and Antifa ally to fill a vacant director position. The stupid cow declared, "Fuck the police." I mean, yes, okay, but not the way you mean it.
Yeah, not the way you want, no.
Look, there are massive institutional problems with policing in every Western country. But the answer is not necessarily to get rid of them all. So at the rate they're fucking going, they're pushing for it. It would be nice if the police could stop acting like they wanted us to abolish them.
Did this Black Lives Matter psychopath get arrested for the things she says in that next paragraph?
Probably not.
Doubt it.
She's black. In Washington, they don't arrest black people. That would be racist.
Fair. Well, they also don't arrest Antifa either, apparently.
Communist.
More catch and release.
Has it even catch at this point?
Yeah. Well, I do catch and release, but I just change the altitude that I'd be releasing them at.
Oh, you mean my solution to the immigration problem? Fly them back, and if they're really nice, then we land before we tell them to get out.
No,
we don't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose I was thinking more trebuchets, but I do have a fondness for trebuchets. My
you're
internet
undoing.
is absolutely trash, isn't it?
Oh dear, so blah blah blah.
I'm gonna try a restart and see if that fixes the problem.
Oh, here we go.
I'll do that.
So some idiot says music is racist. Critical race theory is woven into every part of the public school curriculum in Washington State. This music curriculum is being sold going to schools across. Blah blah blah. Power and oppression, resistance and liberation. It's just garbage. We connect musical practices to the development of nationalities and xenophobia through the adoption, exoticization, or denigration of musical cultures. That's right. To combat exoticization, we need to make it illegal to play indigenous cultural music? I mean, okay, I don't think Hitler went that far.
No.
Music's all about the sharing of culture. doesn't make sense
Yes,
to me at all.
it's almost as if music can be enjoyed by people who don't share the same language. See,
I like listening to German metal, but it doesn't
Yeah.
mean I understand what the fucking saying half the time.
exactly, Rollis Rex in whatever their normal language is still brilliant. Fucking Gangnam Style did brilliantly for being for a song that was awful in its native language. I think it did better overseas than it did in Korea.
Yeah.
Yeah, but God for and like we've seen it a million fucking times when people have gotten together and sung songs together in multiple languages when the song harmonizes well. Like, fuck me dead. Do you think they were singing Christmas carols in English or German during the winter truce, the Christmas truce?
It's almost like I might have done a video on that.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? So the useless piece of shit, the non-binary Zykan X, isn't that a race in Star Trek?
All I could think of was Zyklon B.
Yeah. Founder of the organization that designed the curriculum was fired for unprofessional behavior as the ethnic studies manager for Seoul Public Schools. Jesus Christ. So the useless piece of shit attempted to keep the material and other content hidden by filing a restraining order so as to release to the public. A Superior Court judge ruled earlier this month that the material should be released. So, as is standard, we're evil. We know we're evil, and we're trying to hide that we're evil.
Yes, and?
Oda says Gangnam Style is vehemently anti-establishment song in Korean. I don't know. I don't recall it being anti-establishment, but it was definitely very class conscious. Because Gangnam is a district in Seoul, I think, where the stupid, annoying rich people live. It's like Beverly Hills, but for Korea. And apartment building.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was anti-establishment, but it was very, very class conscious. It was also talking about himself in the third person, so it sounds fucking ridiculous if you know what the words mean. Because you know how it starts, Oppa Gangnam Style? He's referring to it, so the opera in question is himself, and that essentially means big brother. Though Korean is kind of like Japanese in that way, where it doesn't necessarily literally mean big brother, it means close older male. And so he's referring to him.
Not too close.
Yes. So he's referring to, well, it's not literal, so it could be too close and still be legal. But he's referring to himself as Big Brother, and then he's saying that he is Gangnam Style. So he's describing himself as being rich, essentially. Yeah, I know. That's why I can assume the establishment figures were in the district. But yeah, it's a rich hoity-toity district, and he's basically commenting about that. I don't know much about the rest of the song. But yeah. And anyway, completely ignoring all of that, it was more successful in the West than it was in Korea, I swear to God. Like, that billion-plus views didn't just come from Korea. Because it was really catchy. The dance moves were hilarious. I wouldn't call the dancing good, but it was hilarious. And he got some attractive women in from time to time. Which helps.
That never hurts.
Well,
Actually, that always helps, come to think of it.
Well, Korea has interesting porn. Korea doesn't allow porn. So the best they can get without outsourcing is essentially K-pop, which is why the costumes are so risque. Because they're not allowed to have porn, so they're busy sitting there going, I wish they'd hold still and stop dancing to the music. Korea's a weird place.
Yeah, just a lot.
And I'm not going to start my rant on how subs should not localize honorifics. As Zodar says, hence why K-pop fans are so rabid. They're Kumas. Yes, literally. Like most of them have also figured out the internet and are like, ooh, pixelated vaginas from Japan. One of these days, I need to sit down with Trim and we need to do a video on why you should not, the translations should not localize honorifics in subtitles. That's a later Weeb-related video. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Soros-backed shitbag prosecutor won't seek re-election. Promised family she would leave after 2 terms. The prosecutor was heavily criticized for originally dropping charges against Juicy Smollett, or whatever his name is, who was later convicted of creating elaborate hate crime codes. So
they deserve the criticism.
So it's the useless piece of shit Kim Fox will not seek re-election next year. Good fucking riddance.
It's another George Soros plant.
Yeah. Brought and fucking paid for. Jesus Christ, post-millennial. Is the only thing you've got against the bitch that she fucked up the Smollett case?
Is that how you meant to pronounce his name? Smollett?
No, I'm pronouncing it how... Oh, shit, what's his name? Comedian. Roasted the shit out of the little bitch. No. Oh,
I know who you're talking about. I just
Dave Chappelle. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pronouncing it how Dave Chappelle did. Juicy Smollett. Famous French
I
actor.
think I heard that.
Also known as...
I just think of it as Smollett, a bit like Manlet.
No, Smollett, because he's a wee, small, effeminate man.
What I really loved is that Dave Chappelle called him an F-word, N-word from Empire. So that's what Smollett said that the MAGA people called him. It's like, are you the F-word, N-word from Empire? Firstly, what would a racist homophobe know about Empire? Secondly, that's not how white people speak. That's something I'd say, he says.
That sounds like an attempt to humble brag as well. Oh, yeah, you're that person from that famous show.
Literally. Yeah, but again, he makes a good point. What would a racist homophobe know about Empire? I won't watch that crap. Oh, dear. But seriously, post-millennial, you're fucking embarrassing yourself. That's what you're focusing on? Oh. What an embarrassment. Oh, Lord. Referring to the music, Violence Life says, only once hunter-gatherers put together villages could they sin the mead hall playing the drum. Because she says the history of music equals civilization. Well, music predates civilization.
Yep.
I wonder what came first, drawing dicks on walls or singing about dicks?
Drawing dicks on walls, because that doesn't require language.
I mean, drawings are a language in themselves, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, Trump fans walking around in a blizzard with a noose at 2 a.m.
I was like, I mean, what do you do with your free time? Oh, no, but it's like, you got me. Oh, dear. Bleach has been up to shenanigans.
Yeah. I have chat to thank and blame for this.
Oh.
So the monkey AI has been busy, or at least getting ready to be.
Oh dear. Monkey has been training the AI, has he?
Yes, yes.
Oh dear.
You take a look at the tweet.
Oh God. Oh, that's perfect. It's such a believable fucking profile too. I know that picture is clearly AI generated, but they look like the Joker.
I know, isn't it?
Am I looking at the wrong bloody tweet?
You are. You're not looking at Connors. You're looking at the replies.
Oh, the replies, they weren't hidden. Ah, yeah, here we go. Alexandria Poesia, Alex Love London. It's not ironic, but rather a reflection of the evolving understanding of gender identity. Simone de Beauvoir's declaration was a significant contribution to the discourse on gender. It's important to recognize the historical context in which it was made.
Oh, and read the profile.
Oh, God. They, them, loud and proud, intersectional feminist, socialist, anti-fascist, geriatric millennial, basic bipoly gym rat.
Geriatric millennial. I just love. What the fuck's a geriatric millennial?
I don't know, but I stole that.
Holy
from
shit,
Owen
12 following.
Jones.
How fuck did you manage
that took my time.
Connor,
Jess
oh my
Phillips,
God, that's
The
fucking
Guardian,
amazing.
Nicholas Sturgeon, Keir
Stop.
Starmer.
Starmer.
Following.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, they're following all the best communists.
Oh my God, this is awesome. Biden.
Oh, that's amazing.
What? Biden is following the fucking monkey.
That's perfect, following all your standard commies.
Oh God.
I want to follow the account, but I don't want to give it away.
I know.
Well, Connor's following it because he's an idiot. And has fallen so fucking fast.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
we
just
can't
checking.
see you.
Stormy was saying she couldn't hear me, so
Yeah, but you weren't talking.
okay.
Monkey, I'll send you the link.
Oh,
Oh,
Lord
that's
above.
fucking glorious. Fucking Biden is following it.
Yeah.
No,
this
they're
is
not-
who it's
that's who
following.
That's who they're following. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All the perfect communist trash.
Yeah.
Oh,
God,
Lord.
that's awesome.
But I want Connor to reply to this
Yeah.
just to see how bad this goes.
Anyway, speaking of communist trash, we're going back to Washington.
Yay! Fuck.
They've
Yeah.
banned the sale of AR-15s and other rifles. No one needs an AR-15. Yeah, after Bruin, that's immediately going to fail at the first challenge.
Well, one of their big manufacturers, Aero Precision, if you know who they are, holy shit, that's bad news for the state of Washington, because I guarantee if Aero doesn't get a injunction, then they're moving to any other state, and it's probably going to be Idaho.
Let's see. One of the bills immediately bans the manufacture, purchase, or importation of so-called assault weapons. Mini 14 replica sales skyrocket. M1 Garand and hunting rifle sales skyrocket. Oda says FPC's already filed the challenge. Firearms Policy Coalition? Good boys. During the state's legislative session, Democrat lawmakers passed a bill that mandates safety training and requires a 10-day waiting period to buy a gun, as well as a bill that requires gun makers and dealers to take reasonable steps to keep their products out of the hands of dangerous individuals. Well, there you go. Reasonable step. Background check done.
Yeah, I mean,
Though it's a background check that they're required to do already anyway. Done. Not a problem. Done.
yeah,
Fucking
this seems
morons.
completely pointless.
Of course it is. It's just political grandstanding.
What we need now is guns that you have to have a fingerprint for you to use them. So only you can use that weapon.
Yeah.
That'll
It
be the
actually
next thing.
exists. No, it's actually
No, I've
existing.
seen one.
We know it
And,
exists.
yeah,
but
Lost Forgotten Weapons did a good video on one of the newest ones.
yeah.
But
So
it's absolute trash.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I imagine.
they're all trash. I refuse to rely on anything that's electrically got an electric connection from the trigger to the firing pin. Fuck off.
And yes, Callum, I am basically referencing the firearms the judges use in Judge Dredd
Yes.
for 20 whatever it is.
The
AD,
difference is they work
Yeah.
because they're fictional.
I'd love a fucking Judge Dredd gun with all the different options. That'd be fucking ace.
Anyway, so
Explosive
the
round.
Second Amendment Foundation filed a complaint in U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington, accusing Democrat scumholes of violating the Second Amendment with an outright ban on semi-automatic rifles. Yeah, of course. The NRA has voiced opposition. Don't care about voicing operation. Do something useful about it. God, the NRA have fallen.
Yeah, well, if you're looking for an organization, Gun Owners of America is much better than the NRA these days.
Yes.
Just saying.
So the dirtbag sale record so far is pretty good against the NRA and against the Second Amendment Foundation. We are undefeated and we plan to keep that record intact. Just die. Though they claim the bill will improve public safety, state Democrats have enabled crime and released offenders. Yeah, we know. Because they don't care about criminals, they care about law-abiding citizens who can protect themselves from paid criminals. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Odar is correct. Anymore, the NRA exists to funnel money to Wayne LaPierre.
Yeah, don't support
It
the NRA.
sure as hell seems like it.
If the NRA was any more ineffective, they'd be about as useful as the Sporting Shooters Association of Australia. You know, the organisation that did absolutely nothing when they brought out our national gun laws. Useless fucks. Oh yeah, the Washington State Democrats who passed the assault weapons ban and encouraged and enabled the armed occupation of 6 blocks of Seattle, and had no problem with the warlord of the deadly autonomous zone handing out AR-15s to anyone who would stand opposed. Shit.
Yeah, anyone. If it was me out there, I'd have been like, sure, I'll take a free gun.
Yes, comrade. Down with the capitalist pig.
Yeah.
Free AR. See you, bitch.
Yep. Yeah. I wish I could say any of this was a surprise, but it sure as hell isn't.
Tristan asked an interesting question. Can a US gun store refuse a purchase because the customer looks like a criminal? Or would that run afoul of the Civil Rights Act?
No, you can, because I've been there, you can absolutely refuse any customer for any reason.
Yep. Yes. The problem is if you're stupid enough to give a reason.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, because when I've dealt with that, it's always just like, yep, you get a bad vibe from anybody looking at it. You just
that's it.
Done.
That's all they'd say. Oh, his demeanor made me suspicious about his motivations. Boom, done.
Exactly. Yep. And that's the thing. Yeah. All you have to really say to legally
with my internet.
We heard
to legally
2 syllables of
protect
that,
yourself,
Ardent.
Is basically say, this is a gun store. You're acting in a way that we're throwing red flags. Please leave.
Yep.
That's all you have to say, because everybody who would raise a civil rights problem is going to be like, well, but we want to ban guns. It's like, well, we're stopping bad people from buying guns. What's your problem?
Yep. And they just turn around and go, the Democrats said we had to take reasonable steps. Yeah, of course.
They want it to be like the UK, where you can't even have a pocket knife.
Or a kitchen knife at home, in the fucking kitchen.
Yep. Meanwhile, here in America, I've disassembled one of my pistols to clean while we're on stream.
Iced. Iced and gun peeled. Oh dear. So, up next. Newspaper publish really so they give different titles. Newspaper publishes more clips of Macomb County, Oklahoma officials. Full audio release of Oklahoma sheriff discussing killing journalists. Okay, you're gonna need to clarify what you mean by journalists.
Yeah.
I'm.
I'm, I haven't listened to the audio. I'm aware of what's implied, but part of me is like, until I really go through the transcript of this, I'm very skeptical of
Yeah.
all of it.
I remain skeptical as well, but I mean, it would not. Would not surprised that a sheriff would be spouting anti-civilian bullshit of just any description. Like, holy shit, I've never seen a more corrupt hive of scum and villainy than most sheriff's departments.
Yep. And, I'm given its proximity to Arkansas.
You get?
Oh,
yeah, it is right next to the Arkansas, isn't it?
Yep.
So yeah,
So
a bunch of
do I think that what he was saying is correct? Or well, it's not correct in that. Yes, I approve. It's like yes, I think he said this, but I think it's more in the realm of, do we know what context was this?
Well, it appears that we do know the context, because the newspaper is apparently doing their jobs properly and taking advantage of the internet age, and they've released 3.5 hours of audio.
I mean, this is the Oklahoman, so they actually probably have reporting.
Well, apparently it was the McCurtain Gazette who did it.
Even more likely to.
Yeah, I mean, a local on the ground agency. Yeah, that's probably actual journalism, actual reporting. So yeah, if assuming it's true, the guy needs to go.
Yep. Yeah. See him to the door, kick him out, and basically say, "Yeah, and you don't ever need to run for office."
Yeah, well,
here again.
at the bare minimum, he needs to go, because I guarantee that they have a policy against bringing the department into disrepute. He's got to go. Just the perception of impropriety should be enough to throw out officials like this. Because the public should be able to trust them. Therefore, the legitimate appearance of impropriety should potentially be enough to rearrange their employment status, potentially.
Yep.
It's like a lot of these cops who technically don't do anything illegal, but are looking like such idiots on camera, they need to have their asses kicked and be sent back for remedial training. And have it publicly announced. Like, they need to be actually punished, not this, we investigate ourselves and found no wrongdoing crap. On a side note, any police officer or public official in the United States who cannot recite the First, Second, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments of the United States Constitution should be immediately terminated with prejudice.
Yep. And then put in Arden's trebuchet.
Yep.
There, honestly, there's just no excuse for this level of just unprofessionalism.
Holtznight says, be very careful with that, Bezic. After all, half the country thinks Trump acted with impropriety. I said legitimate. Making shit up doesn't count. I mean things like where someone comes out and actually legitimately says or does something that drags the organization into disrepute. But yeah, that is a fair point in general. But we can't allow public officials to get away with being dirtbags. At the bare minimum, they need to have their asses kicked, even if they keep their jobs. There's so much violently improper crap going on that's proven. It's disgusting.
Yeah, and the worst part is it's all out in kind of the public sphere of knowledge. It's just, yeah, I'm just not sure anybody's going to have the testicular fortitude to call these things out especially as we keep going down this hole of don't believe your lying eyes is the official line.
Yep, I believe that is it. What do we have up next? Ooh, good news from North Carolina. Voter ID is back on the menu.
Hell yeah. Because that went out, was it 2020? It's been very contentious, and I've been following it, and yeah, it's like, are they, aren't they? And the way the voter ID laws, if I remember, well, it was the old one. Basically, the state is required that you have an ID, and if you don't have one, bring your birth certificate or some other documents for validation of existence, and you can get a free ID on the state.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
That's something that I do agree. I almost said agree with the left some, but they don't actually make the point. I do agree that if you require voter ID should be provided free of charge at the state's expense. If it is a requirement that the people of the state have placed upon you, the people of the state should make it free. That would be that's a reasonable middle ground to not at all and always.
And every state that has passed voter ID laws really tends to have it in the, if you don't currently have one and you're poor, the state will provide you one, because
I think there needs to be some sort of qualifying matter for that. If you can demonstrably prove you're poor, then fine. But then, obviously in the UK we have a benefit system, so you'd have it through that. You'd have a benefit. Say, hey, look, I'm a benefit. I can't afford this.
You're doing a national system. State system.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
Counterpoint to that, Crow. An ID is required, unfortunately, for every facet of modern life. If you want to get a phone, you need to show ID. If you want to get a job, you need to show ID. This, that, the other, you need not just, but you need photo ID. It's gone to the point where modern life is so contingent on it that it should be a service provided by the government to the citizenry as a whole. Everyone should be entitled to some form of photo ID free. If, say, they don't have one already. If you've got a driver's license, you don't get an additional one free. So, because the DMV would be the smart option to issue state IDs. Just change the wording at the top from driver's license to Texas ID.
And in the US, that is typically how it's done. It basically, you have driver's license, and then you have, I can't remember the title for most states, but it's basically, proof of ID or state issued ID or something like that, where it's there, it's unimpeachable evidence of who you are for your identity.
Yeah, like in Australia we have, and unfortunately we charge for it, something called an 18+ card. That's run, at least in my state, it's run by, hold on a sec. Pardon me, I had a cat in the throat. Or I swear I've inhaled half a cat just sitting here. Yeah, so it's run by our DMV equivalent for the state. And so you do go through the standard procedures, some birth certificate, a bill, or you can have someone who has the ID already sign an affidavit that you are who you say you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use that. It's actually cheaper than a driver's license, though I also think that driver's license fees are bullshit in the first place. But
so
that's you can get
plop a link to the North Carolina DMV about voter, for basically getting IDs. And
North Carolina sounds like a good state to check for obvious reasons. Noel Bobcat says, but as I've said for years, just make non-drivers IDs free. It helps with election security. Has got to be money better spent than interstates in Afghanistan or Pakistan. Well, I think that driver's licenses should be free in the first fucking place, or at least a nominal card processing fee at most. I'm not talking about your initial testing of things. I just mean oh, you've got to renew your fucking driver's license every however many years. No, fuck off. That should just be the card fee. I shouldn't have to pay $170 fucking dollars every 3 years.
Oh, you mean like we're in North Carolina? It's $14.
Yes, a nominal card processing fee. So, oh, here we
Now,
go.
that I think is just, yeah. I think the $14 is just for the non.
Yeah, standard
license fee, but
non-operator
still.
ID cards. Oh, look, no fee ID cards. No cost for qualified customers. And no fee ID, legally blind, over 70, homeless, or had a license that was cancelled because of a disability or disease. Or if you are diagnosed with a developmental disability, you also get one free.
So basically, if you can't drive, you get the disability card.
Yeah. Which I think is reasonable. And yeah, for like your general people, $14 fee. Which is probably about reasonable for processing and then sending it out.
Yeah, and a lot of places for that level of ID, if it's not the real ID bullshit, that's probably going to be, here, wait 30 minutes, and here you go.
Yeah.
So
And
what do you think? You pro ID or against ID?
Oh, I'm absolutely hardcore for ID for voting, simply because the way things are done in the United States now, the things that we can't mention on YouTube are rampant and demonstrably so. Look at the Al Franken Senate race back in, was it 2006? And they had convictions of 200 individuals for fraudulent things. Trying to weave it very carefully here. And I know there were several cases actually close to where I am of people registering and casting mail-in votes for dead people. And they convicted one guy for 18 counts.
so here's what you need to bring to the North Carolina DMV to get your first ID card. One document verifying age and identity, that'd be your birth certificate. Speaking of things that should also be free or just a nominal fee to get from the government, a social security card or one document proving they have a social security number. Again, that should be free. US citizens, one document proving residency. That, I want to see what they call a document proving residency. Because for normally that's either your lease or a utility bill in your name at that address.
It's on the list.
Hey, letter from homeless shelter.
Yeah.
There we go. I was wondering
we're talking. Yeah, voter precinct cards, which is a voter registration card, which I used to carry those around when I started voting too, and it's like, why isn't everybody carrying these damn cards around?
Yeah. Here we go. Minors under age 18. Mail correspondence from organizations. North Carolina school records. Medical and hospitalization records. Hunting and fishing license. Oh, here's an interesting aside. My firearms licenses, both of them, because for some reason I need two, thank you very fucking much, government, are actually required to be accepted by the government as valid ID because I have to go through so much fucking bullshit to get them. The government is required to accept them as a form of ID. So it's fun when they're like, you need 3 forms of ID. Okay, driver's license, weapons license, other weapons license. There you go.
Yeah, I'm a bit like Callum. I'm a bit mixed on ID stuff. Generally, I think it's a good idea for voting. Obviously, it's a new thing in the UK that we're going to be having voter ID now for voting. But also, I'm kind of hesitant going down that China route of having, a social credit score and everything. Well, we pretty much already have one already with credit scores and stuff anyway. But it's a worrying precedent.
Well, my concern is places that would make having ID mandatory, and places that make voting mandatory.
Yeah,
voting should not be illegal
voting,
which is some communist bullshit. I
I
don't.
think the right to abstain from a vote is an important democratic
Yep,
tool.
indeed. It's
So, can you spoil ballot papers in Australia?
well, of course you can, because it's
I thought you could.
blind voting. You can just
Yeah.
submit a blank fucking ballot if you like, or you can write
Yeah.
Biden's a piece of shit in big letters. Though I'm not sure how that's going to help. But it just got
But we're not voting on Biden.
yes, it's true. But we're not talking about Biden here. No, if you spoil a ballot paper, it goes into the spoiled ballot papers file. It is retained for the purposes of that dirty, dirty verification, that dirty Nazi, fascist, white supremacist verification of records stuff. But yeah, it just goes into a pile and it's not counted in any way.
Yeah.
So-
See, I think that's a much better way, because if it started being that your vote is also linked to your ID, so they can track who's voting for
Oh,
what.
you mean
then
like
I'm
the problem
no,
with
hell no.
the problem with any and all forms of digital voting?
Yeah, exactly.
So let me give you an example of how it works where I live. Is I go in, I show my ID, they compare that to the voter roll, and they ask me to verbally verify my address, and they don't scan it, they don't do anything like that, and then I get handed a paper ballot that I fill in that has no sequential numbers, no nothing like that.
Nothing
that-
recognizable, basically.
Yeah,
Correct.
not in
So-
in theory, and this is why paper will always work better than digital voting. It needs to be transparent, anonymous, and secure. So
Yeah.
And that's what I have where I live now.
Yeah.
And I think when you talk about security, I think the voter ID sort of things adds to that security,
yes,
but it has to only be for that security. It can't be for it can't contravene the privacy of
Yeah.
it.
Well,
at the
well,
same
the-
time.
that's where what
that's
Bleach is
I'm
talking about.
experiencing.
You show your ID to the polling officer sitting at a table that's miles away from the actual voting boxes, the actual booths. So you show, in theory, you show them your ID. They look you up using the information on that. Go, is this still your current address? And if that is correct, then the computer and or book system that it's in, that it stops there. So you've now been verified as being on the voter registry. It now ceases there. You are then issued a completely random blank ballot paper, and you then go to the other side of the room, do your vote, fold your paper in half, stick it in the secured and supervised box.
Exactly. So what the way, the physical way it works is I go to the check-in officer, give them my ID, do the verification, and then I wait behind whoever else is in front of me, and then I get handed by a totally different person, separated by at least 10 feet, and they hand me my blank ballot with no identification markings, none of that. Then I go to a different area, which is closed off, do my voting, and then when I'm done, I cycle out, and you can have people coming and going at different speeds. So it's very difficult to track when you've logged in to when your vote is cast.
Yeah.
Just because of the physicality of the space.
And as Non-Bobcat says, paper ballots are super important. Digital crap is impossible to audit, honestly, if they don't want you to, and even if they're on the level, can super help. And that's the thing. Even if it is secure, prove it's secure to grandma. You now have to explain how your digital system is secure to grandma. Because grandma needs to know if it's secure. With paper, you have sealed ballot papers delivered to whoever's in charge of the polling location, whatever location they get it delivered. They inspect it sealed. It then goes to the polling station. Guess what happens when it gets to the polling station? They count them. They count the fucking ballots.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think Callum is asking about takes on postal ballots, no, just no. You show the fuck up to vote, or you have
Overseas
to
military
submit
personnel
well, you have to
kind of
submit
excluded.
in writing a request for a paper ballot, which you have to say, I'm in the military, or I'm traveling for work, or traveling to take care of family, some reasonable expectation, then you can be sent a paper ballot. But asking, basically getting a mail-in ballot for any fucking reason other than military service.
Yeah, if you're in the
duress.
country, you shouldn't be allowed to get a mail-in ballot. I don't care if you're in hospital. If you're in hospital, that's a really easy place to find. We will send 2 election officials to the hospital, and they will go around and see everybody bloody there and go, who are you? Okay, cool. You give them the paper.
Where's your precinct?
Yep. We'll give you the appropriate ballot for your precinct. We will make sure that only you are in the room. We will then turn around, leave the room. You will fill out your ballot, fold it up. We will then come in with the sealed ballot box, and you will place it directly in the box. The sealed with tamper-evident seals box.
Yep. Yeah, that's much more reasonable. And I also am very much along the lines of there should be no early voting. It's you vote on election day, and that's it. If you can't fucking make or take the time to cast your ballot, then why the fuck are you caring about anything else when politics has fallouts? Because things have deadlines for reasons.
I'm
With
a little
tamper seal on the box, out of question, what do you think should happen if that tamper seal... Let's say it's a box got 1,000 votes in it, the tamper seal is definitely broken, but...
Execution.
There are maybe 500 legitimate actual votes in there that were in there before it was tampered with. What do you do with those 500 votes that were legitimate? How do
you don't know which 500 were legitimate.
It's all invalidated immediately.
The entire box has to go.
Yep.
And then you find out who tampered with it and hang them. Because it's treason.
Because this is something that we cannot have, this wishy-washy bullshit with any of this, because this is the most sacred civic duty any citizen has in a society where they can cast a ballot.
I find it interesting that Not Bobcat says it should be a national holiday on election day, because it never is in the UK. We just have local ballots, so it's like you go to work and the ballot box is basically open all day. You go either before work or after work, and it's literally normally within walking distance of most people within that area, because it's usually like a local town hall or something. I imagine in America it's a bit different because of the size of cities generally being a little bit bigger.
And you have rural areas where it's very different. I have to drive approximately 30 minutes to get to my polling place.
Well, that's why I'm a bit more liberal when it comes to early voting. Because the way we do it in Australia, which I think is okay, I can understand why I'd want to do away with entirely, but the way we do it in Australia, it's exactly the same as it's exactly the same process as it would be on election day. But there's one location per district or whatever's a reasonable size, that is open. I think in Australia we do up to 2 weeks in advance, though that might be a bit excessive. Maybe only one would be better, but it's open 2 weeks in advance. You go there, you get voter ID'd, you get issued the appropriate ballot for your location. It then goes into the secure sealed, tamper evident sealed box, and it fucking stays there until election day. And
see, the problem with the US is a lot of this is done by states, and some states will allow almost an entire fucking month.
Yeah, that's a bit excessive
to happen.
The other thing we have in Australia is we don't have voter ID. We should do, but like you said, in Australia you're required to go up to the counter and read off your name and address from memory, which is then verified in the system. We need more security, but so that's done, and then you're signed off. If your name appears more than once ever in the system for that election, you get asked some very, very angry, very, very mean questions by some very angry men in suits.
So you're saying we need a new FBI, but one that's actually kind of like
No.
against against their policies.
So-
That's what it sounds like, Secret Service kind of shit.
But no, if you
So-
show up in the electoral roll, you get asked. If you show up as being marked off as voting more than once, some very unpleasant questions are asked. If you show up more than twice, the police are the ones asking the questions. Well, at least once. Like, the police will come and see you if you've voted more than once, and you will get fined if you don't have a fucking good reason. And that reason better be, I didn't do it, or I can prove I wasn't at the second location.
So I just did and I'll plop this in.
Surely that goes against innocent until proven guilty, though. I mean, obviously
to
you
an
have to give an
extent.
alibi, but surely it should be on them to prove that you did actually go to both locations.
I mean, yeah, that seems reasonable, but that also runs into the issues of how many cameras and where at the polling place.
Yeah, I mean, most CCTV cameras are fucking shit.
So
But then you can also do stuff like basically tracking people's cell phones and where they are.
Yeah.
How a lot
yeah.
of bodies are found when people are murdered.
Yeah, and that's
So,
probably what
like
they
I said,
do.
it varies widely by state, and I put a early voting calendar thing in for the Sultans podcast chat here, and yeah, Alabama is a based state because it has no early voting.
27 days in Arizona. 29 in
Oh, it gets
California.
It gets stupider the further you go.
Does it get stupider than California?
Oh yeah.
Oh, no. Fucking Hawaii, it's all mail-in voting.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Hawaii.
I wish there was an obvious solution for
Illinois,
mail-in
40
ballots.
fucking days. Yes, don't.
Because I think mail-in ballots have a purpose and a need. There is an obvious need for them in some degree, but it needs to be much more managed in
Well,
a way. And I don't know how you do it in a way that actually
Here's
fixes the problem.
how you do
The
it.
way
Right? Mail-in voting is for people who are overseas and cannot reasonably make it to an in-person location. For example, military personnel who are deployed to a base should be able to vote at the base. I don't care if the base is in Korea or at wherever. They should be able to vote in person on base.
Yeah, you should be able to vote at
An embassy?
if you're in a foreign
Or a
country.
consulate?
Embassy, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Should be able to go to a
see that,
consulate
yeah.
or embassy and vote. The mail-in option should only be for people who cannot reasonably get to a military base, consulate, or embassy. Now,
What about
hold
people
on. Let me
who
finish.
are physically disabled?
Let me finish.
I mean,
Let me finish.
obviously-
Let me finish.
Okay.
People who are physically disabled or in hospital, we will bring the polling booth to them.
I don't think that would work. I think that would
Guess
cost
it
too
would.
much.
Don't care.
It's a cost that I would be willing
Yep.
to bear for once.
I will. That's it. We'll just throw money at the problem.
That's great that as taxpayers you'd be willing to do that, but it's not your decision at the end of the day. It's going to be someone up in government who's going to be like, we're going to spend thousands and thousands on this of taxpayer
Okay.
money that we could be putting in our own
Okay,
pockets.
but
You're going to convince them that it's a good idea.
is mail-in voting any fucking cheaper?
Probably.
Not real. Not
So
not as much
in,
as you'd
in the
think.
U.S. It's costing about like 60 cents per envelope to mail. So you do the math on that. That's going to add up very quickly.
Sure, but then you have to consider what would it cost you to go to each individual household. with a
Not
bucket.
household.
You have to travel there.
Act-
How? Let's say we go to every household.
I didn't say
Anyone who says
household.
mail-in. I know, but let's say we are, just for the sake of argument. If you did that, then you have to consider things like fuel costs and the travel costs, the time it takes to go to every individual person that wants to mail in. So,
Well,
I mean,
but Crow, they're going green.
But also, Crow, they don't get a fucking choice. Your choice is show up or go without.
So, you have to think of it this way. most places have fleet vehicles, and so that's going to be done regardless. So you're paying the person anyway to go around and do this. And what you really should have is someone who's basically like, I'm gonna, record the interaction without the voter being present, where it's like, okay, there's no pressure being exerted. But that's a little more extreme, but
I think it's still flawed either way we look at it. Like,
Sure, but
there's always going to be flaws.
One is
unless you
expensive and
exterminate-
harder to corrupt. The other is easier to corrupt and a bit cheaper.
Just rescind the right to vote if you're disabled.
Okay.
You can't come to the voting booth, you can't vote.
Is
how about that as well?
gender dysphoria still a disability? Because if so, we're fucking done. That's the rule, and we're set.
Well, I mean, that would be the simplest. Obviously, you want to give votes to people who are abroad and are able to get to a place. But if you're not willing or able to come to, or not physically able to, then your right to vote is rescinded. You have to adhere, and the simplest solution is literally to say, if you can't come to it, you don't get a voice.
Yeah.
That is your choice, and you will have to find your own way, because it shouldn't be a taxpayer burden, as far as I'm concerned.
That's fair to an
Your
extent.
responsibilities.
Like, we obviously
could
don't
be
want to go
useful.
house to house, but I think it would be reasonable to send a couple of guys and a bucket to, like, big hospitals and big care facilities and the like.
Hospitals,
retirement homes,
school,
maybe.
retirement homes, that makes sense. Holding, like they do in the UK, we have a local area, like it's our local town hall, which might just be a small little hall everyone can kind of walk to. Generally speaking, if you're not going to go and vote, I mean, I've been numerous times where I've just chosen not to vote, and that's recorded as a no vote, and that's fine. I haven't showed up to a booth, I haven't had my name checked off, therefore I haven't voted. That's fine. I don't know that you could really do it reasonably any other way. I think mail-in ballots in themselves are so flawed and subject to fraud in
that's
itself
the thing.
that the only real solution is to get rid of them.
That's the thing.
Yeah, no.
If we do
That's the
away
thing.
with mandatory voting, we make it easy. We make sure that people on military bases that are deployed can vote on the base. People who are within reasonable distance of a consulate or embassy have to vote there. And mail-in ballots are restricted to military personnel who are deployed to somewhere that doesn't have a big enough base for it to be financially feasible, and to people who are living temporarily in a foreign country. For example, I don't believe you should be allowed to vote if you've been outside of the country more than, shall we say, 4 years at the absolute max. If you've been outside the country for more than an election cycle, you don't get to fucking vote in the next one.
I think another massive thing that would resolve this is go down the Heinlein sort of viewpoint.
Service guarantees citizenship. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're not a citizen. You're a citizen, but you're not able to. Not a citizen. You're a
civilian.
Distinctions.
But you're not
civilian. Thank you. That's the other one.
Yeah.
You're a civilian initially, and you have to earn your citizenship. And once you're a citizen, then you can vote. And that would mean only the people who are most interested and most dedicated and most willing. You get these people who are servicemen who are out there fighting for the country. They are earning their right to vote. That would be absolutely reasonable. You get someone who's just going to sit around, do nothing. Maybe they don't want to be involved. Maybe they don't have the interest. Fine. But people who are disabled and actively are a citizen will be people who want to be involved and want to vote and will probably make the effort, regardless of their disability.
Well,
to get there somehow.
like Heinlein wrote, if you're deaf, blind, and in a fucking wheelchair, and you still want to be a citizen, if you can pass the psychological evaluation, we'll fucking find you something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that is the solution that's required that will really, really make democracy grow back to what it was. Because I don't think we have democracy as it is. I think it's completely subverted.
We have a fascist state. And that's in the United States, that's in the UK, that's in Australia. We have
The difference is that America still pretends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, personally, my solution has been for a long time is the voting franchise needs to be based explicitly on property ownership. Now, I'm not saying you have to own a house or you have to own a condo, basically, if you are someone who has personal, tangible, taxable property, that should be the limit. So if you have a car, that's taxable. If you have something where basically you have a stake in paying taxes over a certain threshold of just mere existence, because paying,
Sure, but sales
personal,
tax has to
income
go.
tax, yeah,
You're basically
And-
saying no taxation without representation, and the representation is that you own property, I assume.
yes,
Which
yes.
I understand some of the value in that. If you own property, you're not going to vote for fucking commies.
Exactly.
The other thing, I don't necessarily agree with your idea on taxation, because I think taxation could be completely redone to be a sales tax only. And I've spoken about this before.
Yeah,
but
I'm just so sick of
ideally,
governments
but-
double dipping and triple dipping and quadruple
there
dipping.
is no chance of us ever having the US or the UK choosing to get rid of all taxes bar a sales tax on anything you purchase, because it would hit their bottom lines with the rich spending more money far more than it would hit the lower echelons. And then the elite are never going to allow something like that to ever happen. But in an ideal world, let's say we did have that, that would be the easiest way to have tax, because it would be proportional to everyone based on what they earn and what they have available to spend. You have savings that are prioritized. So if you save money, you're not taxed for it. So you have reasons to save. And if you want to be a spendthrift, you pay more tax. The problem is, with our current system, obviously we have elites who are never going to allow such a system to ever exist. So I do agree that taxation based on property ownership and family is a very good alternative. But again, I also feel like it wouldn't happen, because you're going to get a lot of elites who are like, well, I own a lot of property, so I'm going to be taxed more based on the fact I own a lot more.
Right, but they're already doing that, and they're able to write that off in a lot of ways. So
Yeah, I just
um,
I think that I think that some service is a much fairer system, though. That means that anyone who's screwed because of circumstance
oh yeah,
but
I'm trying to. I think one of the things I want to emphasize when I come up with solutions like this, it's not the ideal,
Yeah.
but it's working with the existing framework so we can ease into something better and take the baby steps. Because that's one thing, and maybe I don't always express it thoroughly, but I always look at what's the first step to get the general public to say, oh yeah, this isn't a bad idea. Because we're a hell of a lot more based here. But if I'm trying to debate with my neighbor and trying to convince them how to reform the system, I need to come up with basically a lure to drag them into a better world.
Yes,
Mm.
I see. Oh dear. So what should we look at next? So we've redone the election system. So what other problem do we need to solve next? Ooh, we can look at some delusional takes on Twitter. If this is what I think it is, it's a fucking wild ride.
And I'm going to have to kind of bop Callum Dayton here. Sometimes taking baby steps isn't enough. I think 180 degree change would be much more positive. You've got to get the normies on board, and that's one of the biggest mistakes.
Well,
I think we always make is we go full 180. But you got to take it 10 degrees at a time, because you start getting them the normies on board with the little things where they're starting to see the light, and then they get more active, and then they bring a few more people in.
That's like the
multiplication effect.
abortion debate. The idiots going, no abortion ever, don't care if the woman dies if she doesn't get an abortion. That crowd just makes the rest of us look insane. Like, can we at least start with, let's allow it when it's medically necessary, and I don't count my mental health if I have a kid. No, that's not medically necessary. But if it's medically necessary, it should be like that's a good starting point, and then we can move it out a little. Straight up going no abortion ever is stupid. When you're never going to win the moderates.
Yeah, and you've got to dupe the moderates.
Yeah.
That's the thing, because the left they have been masters at how to dupe the moderates, and now we have to learn that game. We're 100 years behind.
So, And here's the thing with things like abortion, like it's like many things I keep suggesting. The problem isn't legal; it's social.
Yeah.
It's the safe, legal, and rare thing again. The left has betrayed the rare, and the right is overreacting.
Mm-hmm.
Like ideally, there'd be no abortion ever, because it is killing a human baby. It is not murder, but it is killing a human baby. In much the same way as... Because that's just a definition of terms things. Holtzner has donated $3, thank you, sir, and says, you need a palatable solution to start. So wouldn't service exclude everyone who cannot serve? That's 3/4 of young people in America, not even an exaggeration. We aren't talking military service, we're talking actual Starship Troopers book service. Where if you are willing, the government will find at their expense something miserable for you to force your way through.
It's basically like you could be working in the Ministry of Defense, even as a secretary or something, because you're working.
Yeah,
because you're working on behalf of the government, serving your country.
We don't care what you do.
It.
It just needs to be hard and to benefit the country.
Yeah.
And there will be other things that will be tested. So you might be working a normal job, like a desk job, but you'll also be given other things to bulk up the difficulty of it. So it's not just hard, grueling physical labor in the military. It could be mentally taxing. Or it could be long hours.
It doesn't matter what it is. It just needs to be hard, and there needs to be a chance. There needs to be a significant chance of failure,
and a significant chance that you'll just quit because it's too much.
That's it. Yeah, that's what I meant by failure. There needs to be a significant chance that you'll give up, because it doesn't matter what you do. Because we're not testing how good you are at math or how good you are at shooting communists, so that is a bonus. We are testing your resolve. Basically. Yeah, we are testing your dedication to the nation, essentially. But yeah, we're not talking about military service, though. I would posit that military service should be a shorter term, like if maybe 4 years of military service or 6 years of something else.
Yeah. And it depends. Maybe if you're in active war, it might be even shorter time service because you're actively in a conflict rather than just being trained.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's a lot of leeway to be had with that.
Yeah. But yeah.
And the thing is, you can even opt, with that kind of thing, you can opt what path you are more comfortable with. Because if you want to be a conscientious objector but still work towards a citizenship, you should have that as an option as well.
You always need medics.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, like actually do the conscientious objector properly. Like I think we've all seen, is it Hacksaw Ridge?
Yep. Excellent.
Which is a brilliant movie. But like basically what they did for Desmond Doss without the bullshit at the start. If you are a conscientious objector, but you're willing to serve in a combat zone, here's your medic bag and your little helmet with your red cross. Fucking go for it. And you still get the reduced time that the rest get. Because
let's be honest. America's most famous conscientious objector was Sergeant Alvin fucking York.
I don't think I've heard of him, but maybe he hasn't had a recent movie made about him.
Yeah. There was one with Gary Cooper, but so Alvin York was a conscientious objector from Tennessee, and he was responsible for single-handedly capturing, I think it was at least 34 Germans with a pistol, because they had shot his men, and he was just not having any of it.
So let's see. He registered for the draft, as all men are forced to do. Do you claim exemption from draft specified grounds? He wrote, yes, don't want to fight. When his initial claim for conscientious objector status was denied, he appealed. During World War I, conscientious objector status did not exempt the objector from military duty. Such individuals could still be drafted and were given assignments that did not conflict with their anti-war principles. Based.
Although he ended up as more in a combat role, but still.
I wonder... Blah, 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 blah. Biblical reasons, fair enough. That's fine. Medal of Honor action. Where's... Oh, they don't actually give the fucking citation. You useless bastards.
Yeah, no. But yeah, basically, yeah. The short. Actually, I might be able to find that.
Under the command of Corporal Somebody, 4 non-commissioned officers, including acting Corporal York, and 13 privates were ordered to infiltrate the German lines to take out the machine guns. The group worked their way behind the Germans and overran the headquarters of the German unit, capturing a large group of German soldiers who were preparing a counter-attack. The men were containing with the prisoners when German machine gun fire suddenly peppered the area, killing 6 Americans and wounding 3 others. Several of the Americans returned fire while others guarded the prisoners. From his advantageous position, York fought the Germans. Blah, 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 blah.
So I can read you the Medal of Honor citation.
Okay.
After his platoon suffered heavy casualties and 3 other non-commissioned officers had become casualties, Corporal York assumed command. Fearlessly leading 7 men, he charged with great daring a machine gun nest which had been pouring deadly and incessant fire upon his platoon. In his heroic feat, the machine gun nest was taken together with 4 officers and 128 men and several guns.
Didn't he get a George Cross or something like that for this?
Medal of
no,
Honor.
it's George Cross, but he got the
Not the George
Congressional
Cross,
Medal of
that was the
Congressional Medal of Honor. Yeah.
Yeah. Legacy and film. When was the film?
I was thinking of the few people that got the cross and bar.
Mm.
Blah, 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 blah. Doesn't say. There we go. Medal of Honor. Legion of Honor from France.
Yep.
The War Cross from Italy. And apparently nothing from the Brits.
Dingy bastard.
There was very similar story of someone else who got the cross and bar. There are very few people. There's like 2 or 3 people who've ever got cross and bar.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so when people say conscientious objector, sometimes I'm like, oh, Alvin York, he was an objector who had to go fight,
And
yeah,
I have a lot of respect for conscientious objectors who would serve as, say, a medic. Like Desmond Doss's story. More power to him.
Yeah.
He went to war without a gun.
Yeah. And, well, you know, one of the damn shames about the United States military bases renaming themselves to bullshit
is that nobody made a Fort Doss or something.
Actually, it was on the docket of names to be chosen from. It was the top name for, I think it was Fort Pickett in Virginia, which was very close to where Doss grew up. And they decided to go with, like, basically, they named it after a husband and wife who were in the military.
Oh, what do you fucking
Hal
do?
Moore. It was like Base Moores. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Desmond Doss was right fucking there.
Stupid pricks. Anyway. But, yeah.
And I have insider knowledge onto that, and it was like, really, motherfuckers? You had the perfect name.
Yep, conscientious objector, never killed a single man, served his country with honor, saved hundreds of lives. Like, you couldn't pick a better fucking name.
No.
Ah, dear. Anyway. So, what will we look? Up next, we have some stupid people whining about being black again. So, from Bishop Talbot Swan. Is that? I swear we've seen that idiot before. 6-year-old white boy in Virginia packs his mother's 9mm Taurus pistol in his backpack, goes to school and intentionally shoots a teacher. If he were black, there would be demands for his parents to be arrested and various conversations about neglect and parenting. Oops! Turns out the kid was black. So then the dickhead says, white folks all over my timeline saying the 6-year-old boy in Virginia who shot his teacher was black, but they'll go to their graves denying the boy born in Bethlehem, raised in Nazareth, named Jesus, was black.
Because we have photos of the boy, not fucking photos of Jesus, you stupid cunt.
Also,
Well, I mean,
Bethlehem's not
Jesus
in
was
fucking...
Jewish.
Yes, Jesus was a Jew. At best, he would be Middle Eastern. He's not black. He's brown. He's also working in the garden.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. This is the IQ level of your typical leftist, and especially your typical leftist race grifter. It's like, just fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a fish tank with a leak in it. It gets worse every day.
They're right that Jesus is not the blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy that the Europeans used to portray him as, but he wasn't black. He was Middle Eastern.
You know why he was portrayed as a white guy, though, don't you?
Because that's all they'd ever seen when they wrote the stories.
It's
No,
marketable. It's marketable.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah,
you
yeah, fair point. Yeah, that's true.
And you have to remember, they were going in and into a culture that really didn't know anything outside of that. So you make him similar. So yeah, no, whenever I see these arguments, it's like, especially Jesus was black. It's like, obviously you have no idea of how to, kind of genotype people geographically.
No, yeah, he was literally a Jew because he was from Judea.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Weren't Jews, I don't know, a specific race of people?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprising that.
The tribes of the sons of Israel.
All 12 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, the 12 tribes.
It is totally right for delusional posting to post this, though.
Yeah, because
he's
definitely delusional.
What gets me is, it's like, well, I'm a bishop. It's like, no, not really. Sorry.
Maybe he's a bishop of the Anglican Church because apparently they've decided to go full. No, can't say that on
Callum,
YouTube.
Jesus was not a fucking degenerate, goddamned hippie.
No, he was
He had a job.
He was a journeyman.
Lives.
He was also a journeyman carpenter.
Yes. And technically a baker because of all the bread that he provided.
And a fisherman as well.
Yes. A fish and men.
Yeah. Yeah, so, speaking of delusional idiots, Don Lemon spread fake news when he got fired by CNN and got called out by CNN. So he basically said he was never given any indication he'd not be able to continue doing the work, and no one in management had the decency to tell him directly. Then, of course, CNN had to fact-check him. Don Lemmon's statement about this morning's events is inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter.
I hope it's not just them having PR spin. I hope they actually could back it up. I hope they have the receipts.
They probably do.
Yeah.
I mean, they're evil, dirty communists, but they're not quite that stupid.
Yeah. They're like, let's have a backup plan in case this HR turns into like one of those lawsuits. We've done all the stuff that we knew, to protect ourselves from any kind of lawsuit from him.
We know that Don Lemon is a whiny, dirty, sue-happy race grifter. So let's take all the appropriate steps to protect ourselves from the little piece of shit.
So the only thing he can do, instead of filing a lawsuit, is he can just moan and bitch on Twitter, and that's it.
Exactly. Base says it's the first time he's ever believed something CNN tweeted. Oh, Base.
Wow.
Such a brilliant monkey. Where's Ardent when you need him? Because we are now done with the generic US news, and we are going to Canada.
His internet was shit, unfortunately.
Turns out that Canada's decided to go with the voluntary death penalty.
Oh, lovely.
27 federal inmates have applied for assisted suicide since 2016 legalization, say feds.
What?
A total of 27 federal inmates in prisons across Canada have applied for the government to kill them. Of those 27 offenders, 9 have been authorized to be executed by the government. Oh dear. Blah, 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 blah. The Aboriginal People's Television Network. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. reported that the first three
boy.
offenders to receive made in Canada had it administered within their prison healthcare unit rather than a hospital or care home. The report said that the maid recipients died while in handcuffs and under prison guard supervision while in the presence of family members. Ivan Zinger, correctional investigator of Canada, told the Aboriginal People's Television Network that maids should never be administered within a penitentiary. He reportedly called it highly problematic, unethical, and immoral. Yeah, no fucking shit. Sounds like death penalty with extra steps.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, what are you in for? Oh yeah, I didn't file my tax return. I'm in here for a couple of years. Oh yeah, do you want to sign up for maid? Yeah, fuck it.
We're not allowed to give you the death penalty, but if you ask for it... What a fucking joke. God fucking damn it, Canada. Yes, Ardent, you did call it. It'd be nice to be wrong with our predictions just once.
Yeah.
I mean, it's... Now, like, the few times we are technically wrong is because not even we could dream it would be that bad.
Yeah, we're not that zany and stupid.
Zany and kooky.
Yeah.
The Sultans family.
Now we have to have that as our sung theme song at some point, aren't we?
Are you looking at us confused, Crow, or something else confused?
I don't know. I'm tuning out here and there.
Oh,
I didn't sleep very well. I went to bed at like 8 in the morning.
Yeah. Crow's with us in
Purdue
body.
has a solution.
Crow's with us in body, but not in spirit.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best, okay? There's a lot of things that are distracting. I'm trying to find out what that article was that we can't talk about until we're on Rumble. And I can't find
Oh, it's not.
It's
not.
confused.
It's not the article. It's the picture. It's the ice.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Yeah.
You'll know when you see it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasted like minutes looking for it to find that I'd already been looking at it for like 2 minutes.
What are they talking about? I can't find
so
it.
long it
Yeah.
stared back.
With its one eye.
And winked.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could do citizenship, service guarantee citizenship, but you're the person who delivers the death of these maid applicants.
I don't know if that counts as service because it seems more. Service should be something you don't enjoy.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can just put a bunch of, I don't know, furries and stuff on the list, that'd be good.
Yeah, but then everybody'd enjoy it.
True.
Exactly. No, that should be a reward, not a form of service. Oh, maybe that's what you get. Maybe that's what you get to do after you we do the ceremony that announces you've passed your service. You just get to walk over and pull the lever.
Oh, it's like a voting booth.
Yeah, but this time it actually helps the country. Oh, Lord above. So, let's go to England and see how the migration's going. Small boat migrant who smuggled himself into Britain and claimed he's 17 was really an ex-ISIS fighter, aged 42.
Shocking. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, surprising,
What's the opposite of shocking? Predictable?
Yeah, surprising absolutely nobody. The Iraqi piece of shit known only as AJ is a security threat because of his previous active service with the terror group in his own country. He is staying...
How? How did he fool anyone?
I don't think he...
As a 12-year-old.
I don't think he fooled them. He was just hoping that they were stupid enough to believe their own bullshit.
They always are.
As a 17-year-old,
Yeah.
You can't argue against that.
So this ex-ISIS security threat is currently staying in a 3-star hotel along with other adult migrants as he appeals the decision at taxpayers' expense to have him deported. He should be staying in prison.
No. Deport him straight into a fucking noose.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have convicted you of terrorism. Please step on this trapdoor.
This necklace is going to be the last thing you ever wear.
Mhm.
But it's bedazzled.
Yeah. So,
I mean, it just makes my brain rot with how stupid that is.
yeah, so they finally, as a result of this, the UK's finally decided to introduce age checks for child migrants, as alleged teenager revealed to be bearded 42-year-old ISIS
Who's
fighter.
going to do the age checking? The border patrol are already being run by the immigrants, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just get Biden to give them the sniff test. If they pass, they get to stay. If they don't, they go in the news.
Yeah, it's the Biden chubby check.
Are you suggesting that we have a Jim will fix it border?
Yes.
I mean, it would be an improvement.
Yeah. This is just. I mean, how could anybody not have predicted this? Is the bigger question.
Yeah.
A noose dipped in bacon fat.
Ooh.
Insult to injury.
I mean, that's the idea.
What if we drown them?
It just slips straight out.
What if we drown them in boiling bacon fat?
Well, one, that's a waste of bacon fat.
Yeah, fair point. Disregard.
I do like the idea of the brass bull. Those are fun.
Yes.
But we'll make it a brass
I'm
pig
finally winning
instead.
people over to the brazen bull.
Yeah,
Great.
we need to make it the brazen pig, though. So it's culturally insignificant.
It's not traditional, I know, but I think we should have what we should do is like a Wheel of Fortune, or should I say Misfortune, where basically you have a long list of different ways you could be executed, and it just goes, you have to spin the wheel of execution. And,
Oh, that's like Beyond the Thunderdome.
yeah.
Oh, glorious. Glorious, glorious.
Yeah, I have no use for this. It's like over 50 immigrants at over 30 years old registered as children.
And this was August 2022. Yeah. So, in meme news, we found a new job for John Crow.
I'm listening.
So, Blackpool Zoo needs your help. They need to get rid of the seagulls. So, they need someone to dress up in bird costumes to scare them away.
Oh. I see why you'd list me, I guess. Blackpool's a hell of a way to go.
Can't you just fly
I'm
over?
paying more than minimum wage because, this amount of humiliation would require me to take a significant salary.
All right, so £5.50.
Yeah. And blah, 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 blah. Seagulls are evil bastards. We know.
They actually are going to pay someone for this. Why don't they just get a hawk?
Well, that would be the smart solution, but they're not interested.
They're a literal fucking zoo. They could just have a fucking bird, an aviary with some hawks. They would scare the shit out of the local birds.
I mean, they could even do falconry shows and charge people for it. But no, you can't kill a seagull.
Could do falconry. Could do falconry classes, and they'd have enough seagulls for people.
Oh fuck!
Except
Yeah.
they're going to pay some poor dweeb to sit in an inflatable suit because why?
Because they're
taxpayer money.
Because they're dirty, filthy greenies who won't let even a seagull be killed.
Well, it won't be taxpayer money because the zoo will be run by its own income.
No,
It probably receives taxpayer funding.
It will receive some form of grant, but it won't be that much. Usually they're very reliable.
I think Bleach is onto something though. They should teach falconry classes. Fucking Trim would be there in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, no. When I went to Center Parks, I went and saw a bunch of different hawks and stuff. And what they do with those birds when they're not doing display shows is they take them to airstrips and so on to scare away the birds, so there's no fucking bird strikes.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no reason to have this stupid person dressed up in a not very convincing bird costume. Just get a real fucking bird.
Yeah. It's really not that fucking difficult.
Draw in an attraction. You can make money by selling tickets to it.
Yep.
Hey, I've got to have my dream job somewhere, don't I?
I mean, I could come to America dressed in a giant crow outfit, and you could have like the bald eagle outfit, and we could go try and hit bars and see what we can pull.
We've
With
got to
our
go to a
muscles.
different location than where I am, but yes.
We'll probably pull a muscle or two, but you know.
Well, as long as it's the right muscle.
Just go in San Diego. That's full of furries. Yeah. So, speaking of removing heads of state, wait, what? No. So
I heard nothing.
yeah. So your illustrious King Shark the Dumb has got new coronation stamps out. So diversity and community featuring some Muslims,
What?
an Indian, and a guy in a turban.
Are those
Why are,
Jews?
The
why are
common
they crowning a black man as king?
good question.
Oh no, that's just black-faced Charles. He's just getting into the role.
They've also got
He wants to be as racist a king as possible. That's all.
the Commonwealth. Oh, good. They actually even better. They fucked up the flags and the design.
Wait, what's wrong with the Australian flag? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's backwards. They're flying it incorrectly.
Oh my god, how do they fuck that up?
Not giving a fuck about where they belong.
Oh, it was only the Commonwealth. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. Also,
Sustainability and biodiversity.
what do they mean? The fucking Commonwealth? Who the fuck is this flag between the Union Jack and the Australian flag? Hold on. Can I get this in a new tab
Manitoba
so I
or-
can
no,
actually
no,
zoom in?
Wait. Let's
Aruba?
Google Commonwealth flags. I want to see if we can find it.
What the?
I'm willing to. No, that's not Aruba.
It's
Bermuda?
I think I found it. Yeah.
So what the
And
fuck
something
is
to
it,
do with-
and
and-
why is it closer than the Australian flag?
Why is it so small? I found the image of it, but it's tiny. Antigua and Barbuda.
Oh, okay.
And why the fuck is that? Is Canada even on this? Canada's not on the fucking list of flags.
You know what? They're in alphabetical order. That's what it is.
Hmm.
They've literally just put them in alphabetical order because they're lazy.
Well, where the fuck is Canada?
I think that's the.
Well, that's really
fifth
far
right
in.
back.
Yeah, it's really far in because it's on this. It's. Let me have a look if I can bring up a bigger
I
version
can
of this.
see Trinidad way back there, and
Antigua and Barbuda, Australia, Bahamas, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belize, Botswana,
wait, Bangladesh? How the fuck
yeah.
are they still part of the Commonwealth?
Brunei, and then Cameroon, and then Canada. So there's like
I don't
fucking
think
tons of them
Canada's
before they even.
Canada. I don't think Canada's even on this.
No, it is.
Oh, it is. It's just really. No, are you sure? Because that
Yeah,
doesn't look
right.
like a maple leaf.
No,
Oh,
that's not Canada.
That's Bermuda.
Yeah.
That's Bermudan. Yeah.
No, it's not. That's
Or
literally
Barbados.
an alphabet. You've got the circular. You've got at the start. You got the British flag. You've got Antigua or whatever it was. Let me
Yep,
I'm gonna share this picture. Let me share this picture. You can actually go through it in order. They are literally in alphabetical order, and they probably just used this Google reference to draw the flags.
Oh yeah. Leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll just get that up if we can. So yeah, here we go. So yeah, Antigua and Barbuda, Australia. Bullshit. Bangladesh is still part of the Commonwealth? Then why is it a shithole? Bullshit, Botswana, Brunei, Cameroon, Canada. Yeah, Canada's actually somewhere in the other fucking picture. What the fuck?
Wow.
Oh, fucking hell.
You know, what benefit does the Commonwealth give?
Yeah, the last picture, the last flag on that picture is Brunei.
Yeah. What a fucking
Focus
joke.
on, I don't know, the main fucking people in the Commonwealth.
Yep.
Oh, but that doesn't
But
have enough diversity and inclusion.
crucially, the Australian flag is being flown wrong.
Yeah, it's really. How did they fuck it up so badly?
Because the Australian flag has
Just
these.
everything on the right. That's all they've done.
Yeah, which is wrong because the Australian flag has the same rules as the American flag. When being flown vertically, the canton needs to go in the top left. And because I'm that kind of autistic, I have proof.
It's obviously someone who's just an artist, and all they've done is they've taken the flags and rotated them, and not known anything about how flags are used.
Oh shit! I wonder if the Union Jack's wrong. Hold on.
Probably is.
Whoa! Yeah, look at the. I guess for Ireland, it's kind of in the wrong place, isn't it?
Yeah. Union Jack. So
I don't know how it's flown when it's sideways, to be honest. I thought it would just be rotated. So it would look right if it was just rotated. But I'm unsure now. You got me second guessing things, man.
It depends if it's been right. I think it is correct.
Oh, yeah, it might be, but it's backwards.
No, I think
it's correct, but it's backwards.
I think that is right. It's just poorly done. Because, yeah, I don't think you suspend the Union Jack from the right-hand side when you're flying vertically. If they're doing it from the left, which they should be, because
that's the normal place.
Yeah. So that's right, but
the thing is, it doesn't really matter if you hang it from right or left because it looks the same because of the way it's designed.
It looks similar, but it's not the same. If you've got the way the crosses are done and fucked up.
No. Have a look. Flip them, rotate them 180 degrees on the side. They'll look identical. That's the way it's designed. Yeah. Because they're always on the right side. The cross.
Yes, so they are.
So it doesn't matter which way you fly, it would look right.
Okay. So they've somehow managed, so through that pure chance, they've managed to not fuck it up. But the Australian flag is wrong.
But also, look at the field. Look at the fucking field that they've got. They've got a field here, and they've got like a bridge going over. Is that a road or is it a river? What the hell's that?
That's supposed to be a river.
Looks like it's got a boat.
That's a truck going, but that's about half the size of a ship.
On sustainability and biodiversity one.
Oh,
have a look at
that one. We haven't even gotten there yet.
There's a river that then, where is that river going? Because they've got a field here, but then you can't see whether it's going off. I assume it's going off to the right. How the fuck is anyone?
I think it's supposed to curve around the left behind the guys doing it like they did in the 1600s. Because for some reason, he is making a wattle wall with and he is hammering in a stake with a pissing sickle because he's a fucking mad lad and wants to take his leg off.
Actually, that's a brush knife.
Could you scroll up so we can see the blue one as well?
Oh god.
I don't want to.
I was just curious whether they were repeating the thing because it looks like they've traced the bottom one. Looks like it's traced each other. They're both the same drawing except us. Same layout.
Oh, they
you got the bridge in exactly the same location, the curve in the same location, the three buildings in the same place the three trailers are.
Wow.
What are they implying there? Yeah, the river's in the same place.
Close to the left?
I think they're suggesting that we should knock down everything and replace with fields and tractors and electric trains and people using a brush knife to hammer in a fucking stake and a wattle fence.
New London, yeah.
God, this is just painful to look at.
I'm wondering if there's a similar copying of the top two to each other, because the top two are definitely different from the bottom two.
No, I will say there's a difference because the two people with the sustainability and biodiversity are working white people. Yes. Everybody else is diverse.
All right, scroll up again though. Let's have a look at the top two again. I'm kind of curious because you can't. There's just so much going on that doesn't really make any sense. Why are these children? Why are they behind the throne? How are they in? Why is the throne outside? What's going on?
Because it's really poorly done. Hold on a second. I didn't notice it before, but on the right, half those buildings aren't in the fucking UK.
Yeah, we got a Taj Mahal style building here.
Yep. There's whatever the fuck's going on in the top left that does not look British. It might be vaguely European, but that's straight up Eastern.
Yeah.
Then there's
And
whatever the
I
fuck
like
this
how
is.
The white dude and the Sikh are being ganged up by the Muslims and the Indians.
I don't see many churches with a spire on top of a parapet tower like that, because it's a square tower with suddenly a spike coming off the top.
Yeah,
which never happens.
I don't think this person's
never
ever
see that kind of
seen.
shit.
And if it did, it'd come up from the edge of the fucking tower.
This is what it would look like if an AI tried to draw Britain.
Mm-hmm. And what the fuck is that tower in the top right? I swear to God, I've seen that tower, but it's not in England or Scotland or Wales.
Wait a second. Are those cannons on top of the roof of a cathedral?
Yes.
Yes. I think it's supposed to be in a park, but it's really poorly drawn.
No, but that's definitely the top of a cathedral. Look, you've got the side and then the top part above it. You've got like the windows at the bottom on the left behind the priest guy, and then it's got the roof of that section, and then it's got the main roof of the next part, and there's cannons on the roof somehow.
Yeah, it's really poorly laid out.
Oh, we have to just throw in a little bit of everything. Oh, look at all these people celebrating. Oh, they're all watching the coronation. Yeah,
someone from chat asked, "Is that Notre Dame?" It looks a lot like it.
Whoa!
What fucking castle?
Those spires are different.
What? Yeah, the spires are different.
No, it's not.
What would that be? That'd be Westminster.
Saint Thomas. What?
It's not West. Oh no, it might be Westminster actually.
Coronation Cathedral. Tell me things.
Westminster Abbey is what it's meant to be.
Okay, I was wondering if that was.
Yeah, Westminster Abbey. Is that actually what Westminster Abbey looks like?
More or less. It's really poor rendition of it, but it is more or less that.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Are you sure it's not Canterbury though?
No,
next question: Why isn't
Westminster
the flag on the flagpole?
Yeah. Also, again, same question: why are the cannons on the roof? Because if this is Westminster Abbey, that is the roof those cannons are on.
Well, from this angle, the cannons would be floating in midair.
What the absolute?
But how this one on the right? This is not England.
Also, why the fuck is the throne outside the front door of Westminster Abbey?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously intended to be an interior look, but what?
They're trying to have Westminster Abbey as an iconic image in the background while also having the iconic image of the throne.
Yep.
If you look at the fucking throne room,
also, aren't those
iconic.
scepters wrong?
Yeah, because
have a look at the coronation throne and tell me that that's not iconic on its own. That room.
Yeah. It should be iconic on its own.
You look at any decent painting of it, like you could easily turn that into a stamp on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Symbols of the monarchy, the orb and scepter. Did they fuck it up?
Of course.
Well, they did, because he's holding his staff in both fucking hands. Yeah, they've gotten the fucking details of the coronation wrong.
Well, especially with the cannons.
Well,
on the
okay,
roof.
the scepter in the right hand seems close enough.
No, there are two scepters, to be fair, and they are using the correct two scepters.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, those things are hideous.
I can't remember what the second scepter is called.
Interesting.
But there are two.
Oh, well.
And the orb should be being held by someone else on that shot. Like, they should be held by the priest in the back in the corner. He should be holding it, walking up. It's not featured at all, which is really strange.
The sovereign scepter with cross, and I'm not sure what the other one's called.
I need to do some Googling on what the crown looks like, because I have questions.
No, that's a pretty accurate appearance of the crown, to be fair.
Which one?
Although, well, that is the coronation crown, not the one that is normally worn.
Yeah. So.
A very specific crown.
Yeah.
It has like giant fleur-de-lis.
Okay, that might be accurate. I was just checking because the king's crown, to my understanding, doesn't have the curve and the dip. So I was wondering if they'd fucked up and given the queen's crown. British Royal Crown.
Actually, if you look at the photo of the coronation of Queen Elizabeth, she's actually holding the two scepters in a similar fashion.
Okay, so
in the same hand positions. Let me share this photo because they are literally taking it as a reference from this photo, I think.
Okay.
This is just after they've lowered the crown on her head, I think. If you look at her hand positions, they are identical.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I mean, I just wish they'd get the cannons off the roof and wipe the shoe polish off.
Yeah, there we go.
Face.
Yep. Hold on. St. Edward's crown. That's what we need to Google.
Unfortunately,
Okay, yeah, that is the correct crown. Yeah, all right, Cry.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see exactly her hand positions are there. If you compare them directly to Charles' positions, they're even the way she's holding it, the way it's curled up around the closest one, it's the same position, thumb on it. It's meant to be representative of what Queen Elizabeth was doing.
It was worth checking because apparently they managed to fuck up the Australian flag and using a knife as a hammer. So I wouldn't rate this artist's skill highly. And apparently England is full of the Taj Mahal and random.
I don't like the extra unnecessary diversity in community shit.
That is not a European tower. Wait,
there should be the coronation, there should be integrity, there should be bravery, and some other honor or ingenuity, something that is actually a British value, not just diversity in community, which is a fucking WEF shit.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to figure out that top right tower. I swear I've seen that before, and I'm certain it's in the Near East.
You know what that vaguely looks like? One of the towers at the Kaaba in Mecca.
Could be
the point at the top.
I'm trying to place it because what's the big ancient city?
The big ancient city.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm trying to narrow it down. Near East, we invaded it and took it over in one of the Crusades.
Jerusalem?
It's not Jerusalem, is it?
I don't know.
Thank you for having me. I'll see you guys soon.
No worries, Scott. Always good to have you.
Crow. It's always fun.
Sorry I couldn't stay on longer.
You should be.
Yes, you should be.
Pay me.
We're working on it. I don't. No, probably not Jerusalem, but that's definitely strikes me as Near Eastern. Constantinople, possibly.
Oh yes,
that makes sense.
Make a little bit more sense.
I was thinking it was somewhere from around there, because it's got Constantinople Tower.
I hate to say the AI with its poorly drawn English countryside looks a hell of a lot better than this, but it does have the strange obsession with curvature.
Oh yeah. No, that's not the tower in Constantinople, but it definitely looks like it's somewhere from the Near East. Anyway,
but it looks like a minaret. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, it could be Russian or something, but it's not British. I mean, you've got how many famous fucking castles in England that could have been in there, but no. Gotta feature no English whatsoever.
Windsor would be much more appropriate for this.
You don't say. You know what else would be appropriate for that? Parliament House featuring the clock tower.
Oh no, we can't have that.
Yes, we can't represent something central to the British identity like that. Not Bobcat even says they could have even used that big dildo in the middle of London. At least it would have been from England.
Yeah, the big glass egg thing too.
Hmm.
God, that fucking ugly piece of shit.
Yep. But at least it's in England, unlike half this shit
Yeah.
which is from not there. Also, yeah, diversity in community. Where's the guy playing cricket? I see nobody playing cricket. Disgusting.
That's the most inclusive thing in England.
I
Okay.
yeah, because they keep getting their asses kicked by India. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's look at something else now. Good news, misogyny will not be made a hate crime.
Oh, good.
And that the article features absolutely nothing, apparently. So that's good, but hey, you can... It's not going to be a hate crime.
Congratulations, UK. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, this is specials.
It is. It's very special. Ah,
Billy asks a very poignant question. Hindus and Sikhs getting along?
yes.
Yeah, and then he corrects Hindus and Muslims. It's like, yeah, no, I think they're just yeah, the Indians and the Muslims in that stamp were getting ready to beat up the white guy and the Sikh.
I mean, if we've got to pick a brown culture, I'd much rather keep the Sikhs.
Oh yeah, they at least try to integrate.
I mean, their religious identity has a lot more in common than I am. You must go armed at all times.
Exactly. They're like Mandalorians without the guns.
Pretty based. But I mean, it's hard to go wrong with a culture that believes in charity, self-sacrifice, and self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the turbans do look pretty sick. But like,
Yeah,
literally and figuratively, and in the joke.
Oh, the joke. Fine.
I mean, when it's that easy, it's almost obligatory.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's low hanging fruit.
Yes, sometimes you've just got to get them. But yeah, so moving on. The next story relates to pop culture, and I wanted to cover this one with you, Bleach, because we would probably have a very different reaction to the person featured in it. So, the publishers of Magic the Gathering sent Pinkerton agents to a YouTuber's house to
What?
retrieve leaked cards.
What the absolute fuck?
So, Wizards of the Coast sent a YouTuber a pack of cards to review, but they fucked up and sent him the wrong pack. So they sent the bloody Pinkertons after him.
Wow. I mean, are they going to like do some trust busting and like beat this guy up and have a shootout in his front lawn or something?
Well, shootout would have been preferable. Fucking Pinkertons, Jesus Christ. Of all the fucking so-called detective agencies, you had to choose the fucking Pinkertons. The ones famous for being evil.
Yeah, the precursor to the FBI.
I mean, they've got a lot in common with the FBI. Being used by the government to make up bullshit and then violently suppress wrong thinkers.
Mm-hmm. Marku. Imagine, guys, if the guy's name was Arthur Morgan.
Yeah. In another twisted piece of irony, the Pinkertons were the intelligence agency for the Confederacy.
No, they were the intelligence agency for the Union.
Oh, the Union, sorry. Well, I can't quite remember because all I remember from the story is they were wrong all the time. They kept fucking up.
Yeah.
Sorry,
they kept giving.
Yeah, that'd be where I got
intelligence
confused.
Reports.
They kept
intelligence reports.
They were
were
wildly
just awful.
overestimating the size of the Confederacy forces every time they found them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ludicrous. Yeah.
It's and they were supposed to be detailed for Lincoln security at the theater.
So
But I mean, the fact that they are sending goons after this guy for what, pre-release cards or something like that.
Yep. So, yeah, essentially pre-release cards. So he comes out, answers the door. He comes out and his wife's answering the door, and it was the bloody Pinkertons. The name Pinkerton should ring a bell for American readers. Modern-day Pinkertons are descended from the original Pinkerton Detective Agency found in Chicago, Illinois. Well, there you fucking go. More than 170 years ago. The company has played a role in major historical events, not least of which was its stint as a violent strike-breaking private paramilitary force in the late 19th and early 20th century. Pinkerton now is
So the only time they were based.
Pinkerton, now a subsidiary of Paragon Systems, currently counts security and loss prevention among its services. So blah 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 blah. So no.
He was apologetic for making my wife cry.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
the Pinkerton, the Wizards of the Coast representative we talked to. So they sent a bunch of armed goons to this guy's house to collect stuff from him and talk about stomp rights and jail time. But they don't believe we stole anything, which we did. So someone screwed up and sent out the wrong cases to the gentleman I brought the boxes off of, because when he sold me the stuff, he said he was selling me blah blah blah, I don't care. So, yeah, blah 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 blah.
I mean, honestly, the Pinkertons should be damned glad that this guy wasn't a two-way supporter.
Yeah.
Because if somebody, came to my door hassling my wife and they weren't legally allowed to be there, I would be calling the police to have them arrested and possibly having an armed standoff.
You'd be calling the coroner to remove the bodies.
Yes.
Sorry.
Pass is a bitch.
The police would be hard pressed to make it out without being Second Amendmented if they showed up without a firing warrant and tried to force their way in. The piercing Pinkertons, as in not cops, as in not protected in any way, shape, or form, who with no warrant, and they're like, we want to come in and take back our shit. My response would be, chick. Loads of shotgun with malicious intent.
My response is, you've got 5 minutes to get out of here before
5
the
minutes.
cops arrive.
You've got 5 seconds to get your ass over the outside my property before I start blasting.
You're assuming I'm not coming to the door with like a foul or something nasty and scary for these guys.
You're saying 5 minutes to get out of range. That's fair enough.
Yes. Because they might be a little gimpy, can't run too fast.
So
yeah,
they stole this guy's shit. I no longer have the product. The Pinkertons took everything to take back to his coast. That sounds like strong arm robbery.
Yeah, no, it was basically
with a side dish of home invasion. Armed home invasion, robbery, a little bit of burglary. Fuck it, why not? Oh, and they were probably armed, so we'll add a firearms enhancement.
Home invasion.
Sounds a lot like the Pinkertons should have been met with the appropriate response to armed gangs of home invaders.
Yep. And Didger's asking, Wizards of the Coast are evil, so why not send the Pinkertons? Wonder they didn't send Hell's Angels. And Violence's life is saying, yeah, Hell's Angels have dignity. Yeah, I would imagine that the Hell's Angels are more likely to go and be like, you want your cards back? We have, we're gonna have a little fun fucking up the Pinkertons.
The fucking Pinkertons, though.
I mean,
well, like, I can understand contracting, like, if you don't have an office or anyone reasonably in the area, I can understand contracting the Pinkertons, but how the fuck did they get his address?
Yeah. Yeah, there's some shady shit going on there.
So, the Wizards of the Coast sent armed thugs to take this man's lawfully obtained property, because he wasn't even the guy they sent it to. They sent it to a different dude, who then sold it to this dude, and then the Pinkertons came and robbed him. Silent Pavlov says, hippity hoppity, give me back my property. Yeah, how about hippity hoppity, get the
Yeah.
fuck out of, as Maku says, M107 range.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Although, I mean, to be perfectly honest, maybe you want to give them time to get out of mortar range, because, those should be legal in the U.S. too, without the destructive device stamp.
mm-hmm.
And Tristan's pointing out the pissers of the coast mailed cards to his address, so that's how they got the address.
Well,
still,
it's not,
like,
because they didn't mail the cards to him. They may have mailed cards to him previously, but these cards are not mailed to him.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
This is
he
just not-
purchased the boxes from an acquaintance.
Wow. Wow.
Somebody screwed up and sent out the wrong cases to the gentleman that I bought the boxes off of. Yes, black powder cannons are legal there. Great shot from the top of the stairway. Tally ho!
I mean, and to make it even more spicy, period, correct, like 1860s Gatling guns, since they're black powder,
Oh, fair point.
are technically legal.
Yeah, Magis points out, so the Penguins paid a visit to the actual recipient, got the info from him, then paid the other guy a visit, so they harassed and intimidated people at 2 addresses. Yes, so the first guy should be reminded that the appropriate response to anyone who comes knocking at your door asking for information is to go fuck yourself. Remember, if they're asking questions in America, anyone who comes to your door asking questions, you are legally entitled and morally obligated to tell them to go fuck themselves. That includes actual law enforcement.
Yep.
You may have to comply with the warrant, but you can still tell them to go fuck themselves the entire time.
Just do it with a smile.
Yep.
Hands out of your pockets. Tell them with a smile.
Don't forget both middle
shit
fingers fully extended, pointing directly at them, because they fucking hate that.
God, what the absolute fuck is wrong with the pissers of the coast?
It's a long list, Bleachy boy.
I'm glad I'm ignorant of that.
They just can't stop being scumbags.
Well, I mean, they are like what my understanding is, one of like the absolute scummiest countries out there.
Countries or companies?
Well, true. Fair enough.
Oh fuck, we're 4 hours in.
Is that all?
Yeah. We've got a lot to get through. Oh yeah, so we can't skip the next one. I was kicked out of a store over my shorts. I'm a victim of hot phobia, says Thought, who got thoroughly patrolled.
What?
So a Thought was kicked out of the grocery store while shopping in a skimpy outfit. That's not an outfit, you silly bitch. Also, you're not hot. You're not hot enough.
Yeah, that ass is too big.
Well, look at her face. She's not as hot as she thinks she is. Oh yeah, no, I can't imagine why they kicked you out of the fucking store, you dirty Thought.
I mean, I have seen just so much better, and it's like very conservatively dressed by comparison to this shit.
Exactly. So, Thought status equals patrolled.
As should.
Yeah. Meanwhile, so this is Letch's news. It's just the utter state of this miserable cunt. Leaving my boyfriend after his cancer diagnosis was the best thing for both of us, says miserable cow, who is also 32 and still dating.
What?
So,
What?
Danielle Epstein, oh, there we go, Says she felt like the most awful
Yeah.
person, leaving her partner don't care after he was diagnosed with grade 4 medulloblastoma. So, brain cancer.
Ooh.
Yeah, you are the most
Wow.
awful person, you miserable fucking cow. How fucking dare you?
Epstein didn't just out herself as a terrible human being.
So, the miserable cow is running the London Marathon for her ex-boyfriend after admitting she left him because she's a pathetic, useless piece of shit. So that's why she did. That's why they weren't married, because that sickness and health part really got to her.
Yeah.
The couple were buying a house in London when the guy started suffering dizzy spells and vomiting. He was diagnosed and had to relearn to walk after an operation and radiotherapy and chemotherapy. So, teacher, well, there you fucking go. That explains a lot. Miserable cow
Yeah.
experienced panic attacks and
So-
mental health plummeted, so they split up. Right, so you're an insufferable, useless bitch who's never had hardship in your life and thinks they deserve everything and has no sense of responsibility towards those in your life.
Did she dump him for like a hot student of hers or something?
No,
like
she
that?
dumped him to move to Thailand.
Oh, so she's actively engaging in pedophilia then, probably.
Probably. And blah, 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 justification. No, screw you, you can't. Yeah, look at her virtue signaling there. That, are we sure? Hold on a second. That looks like
Is
it's...
that
That looks like it's a woman in much the same way as Dylan Mulvaney. Also,
I
you're
wonder.
32. You look like a dump truck. Guess what, bitch? The market ain't interested in you.
Yeah. Well, maybe she did do him a favor.
Well, at least she revealed what a miserable cunt she was before he got trapped in a
Well,
house with her.
I mean, God, look at that poor bastard. Although, that's probably one night of hearing her complain.
Yeah, she caused the brain cancer.
Her thoughtery kills.
Yes, no, Bobcat, you probably have seen this before. Both in Discord and Dankula did a video on this miserable cow. So we'll skip the next one because that we don't need to worry about that. What are we on? Regular woke crap. Oh yeah, here we go. Woke Princeton students ready to perform a show about why women need to kill babies.
What? What? Ball worship? Yeah.
The students are set to perform something called "To All the Babies I've Killed Before," a love-hate letter to storytelling.
What? Fucking hey. These people are just monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be done with the politeness. These people are fucking monsters.
Yeah.
And
A
to
zany,
be-
meta-theatrical musical comedy by a sociopath. I think we need to burn Princeton to the ground.
yeah, no, and all the
Jesus.
surrounding areas.
Also, someone needs to teach this silly cow, Lily, to do some fucking research. Jesus
but
Christ.
she can't because reasons.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you're just repeating what we've essentially seen in 2 fucking tweets, there's not much value to you. Just post the bloody tweets. Oh,
This is just
hold on.
Mm.
The description says it aims to investigate the challenges of being heard and cultivating self-empowerment as a queer, cognitively disabled woman in artistic spaces that traditionally center archaic Western patriarchal narratives grounded in firm structures of utter bullshit.
Nuke it from orbit.
Yep. Sorry, Princeton. Gotta go. Oh, Lord above. What the actual fuck is the state of these? Yeah, They're evil. They're just evil, and they like enjoy killing babies.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm having
Bleach
a
is
Bleach is
fucking
whole
done.
moment right now.
Speaking of having a strike. Oh, Lord above.
Fucking these people are just vile. Isn't even the right word.
No,
This is beyond vile.
yeah, it's just nasty. It's just absolutely fucking gross. Oh, fuck. Well, I think that brings us to the point where we're going to end the YouTube simulcast, and we are going to transition to the Rumble exclusive segments, starting, of course, with video comments from our Subscribe Star supporters.
Ooh, very cool.
Yes.
So will we be taking like a short break while we're transitioning?
I might need to go pee, so we might take a super.
So yes,
We might take a super short break. So I've popped the link in the chat, and we'll just go to the break screen real quick. Take this opportunity, if you're not already on Rumble, go grab yourself a drink, or go have a piss, grab a snack, something like that. And we will see you all.
all three.
Yep, but just be very careful about where you put the cup. And we will see you all very, very shortly on Rumble exclusively.